Hey, sorry everyone. I think the stream crapped out for a second. I don't really know why, but back now. I am currently playing in the Showcase Challenge today on Sunday, April 3rd. Haven't really streamed the Showcase in a while, but I wanted to give you some content at least. And we're up against elves here, down like 13 minutes. But hopefully everything works properly this time. I can play this quick. But yeah, everything should be good with the stream now, so hopefully we're good. Let's play some turbo magic now. Got a new webcam on the way, so do not fret. You'll see my face soon enough. Just not today. Round 1 here against elves on the play. I do feel, yeah, we have a pretty good situation currently for this game. The main enemy is just the clock here. I think I'm going to just crop rotation for Tabernacle first thing here on my next turn. And then plan to use Reclaimer to go get Yavimaya. And then that should buy me at least one turn to enough time to get like this Pithing Needle down next turn. I guess I don't even need Yavimaya. I could just go get Cloudpost from here. Probably be better. Cool, thank you, opponents. I don't blame them for not wanting to put up with that. See if we can win one of these elf games on the draw. Yeah, we're on the stock mono green list that I've been running the last few weeks. 3 endurance in the sideboard, a single Boseiju main deck. Yeah, nothing really new in like list wise. Yeah, can't say no to this hand. Really, every card is pretty good. We'll start with turn 1 Reclaimer. Look to use this Mindbreak Trap ASAP, just to be sure to get some use out of it. I need to kind of hold off on the Tabernacle just to not tie up my own mana with this Reclaimer. So I don't think I can play it next turn. So if we can wait like one more turn, that's a good sign from seeing them have to play a bog out. It's good for us. Yeah, how risky is it to play Tabby out here? I won't have mana for like 2 more turns. But it probably would be worth it to... It probably does like buy me at least that much more time against this board state. Alright, yeah, let's see how that goes. This might be a fatal error to play this Tabby here. But it looks like their mana is kind of under duress. We can play Cloudpost next turn, and then 2 turns later start getting more lands. Morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Off to a late start here. Man. Alright. I think we just play this Needle now instead of the Cloudpost. I think we're going to Needle Grist here as well. The options are either Grist or Boseiju who endures. But since I already have this Reclaimer out, Reclaimer essentially protects the vital lands of this matchup already. So I feel like it's just more critical. Yeah, just let the Reclaimer do its work. Play defense. If I draw an untapped source next turn, I could think about Boseijuing their Cradle. So I think they do typically only run like 2 basic forests, so they wouldn't even get any mana out of it. We'll see. If they dump like a bunch of creatures out, maybe we'll do that. But yeah, that does require an untapped source on the draw next turn. If that doesn't happen, then we probably will just play the Boseiju for the turn. Just hold up Reclaimer. I'm gonna let this happen. I hope they like go for a natural order right here. Definitely will trap that. Okay, did not. How's it going, Mike? I'm doing well, man. How's your Sunday going? Here to stream the showcase for you today. I know in the past, like, I didn't always stream like something that's like higher tier events like this, but the last couple I played in just privately, they're really fun tournaments. I figured, like, why not just stream it? And we're looking pretty solid this first game, this first match. Up a game here. Oh, you played against me on 8cast? Yeah, I've been messing around with that deck a bit. What were you on in that game? See if I remember. This Kozilek is just the replacement until my webcam comes in. Which is on the way, but it's not going to happen until, at least not today. Oh, no untapped source, unfortunately. So I think we just have to play the Boseiju out. It's too unsafe to not do that. Oh, okay, yeah. The second one. Oh, my bad. Yeah, this thing's just like blocking the whole game. Yeah, thanks for telling me. I was going to... Here, I'll take care of this. Software stuff. There you go. You can now see the game, I hope. My bad. Storm. Rerun tests, Mike. Or, Ant. I feel like I played against both those decks kind of recently. Especially Ant, more so. Yeah, my bad. Putting the, my webcam replacement image through the software rather than just opening up as a file. Like the most computer illiterate person there is, so. Oh, nice. Ad nauseam tendrils. Acast is probably a kind of difficult matchup for that, I would think. Between like Chalice and Force of Will. That seems pretty good. I think I may... First Reclaimer activation I get, just search up a Thespian Sage. And that'll give us another layer of defense for the eventual Glacial Chasm they'll have to find. Oh yeah, this deck seemed like a pain in the ass. One of the reasons why I was playing 8cast, just having some opposite matchups than what I'm used to with this deck. Nice to be able to win against combo decks every once in a while. Man. And the longer I sit here, the more I like ponder whether like what we should search up. Because I wouldn't hate also maybe getting like a Yavimaya here, untying our mana a little bit, and then using Excavator, getting the Excavator down basically next turn, and starting to make land drops that way. If they brought in Thoughtseize, they might have more, so it might just be a good idea to get it down. Yeah, let's actually do that. Or we don't even have the mana to do that, do we? Alright. Let's just get Yavimaya, and then if we do draw an untapped source, I don't know. I don't want to think too hard this early. We're just pretty close to prime time now at this point. Yeah, I only have one card in hand also, so not too worried. Hope I don't have to get a Glacial Chasm right here. Might have to, though. Probably not. It's a pretty clear example of a reason why you need to have Tabernacle in this deck. I feel much more scared right now if we didn't have that land out. Hey, good morning, STW. Happy Showcase Sunday. How's your morning going so far? Hit me for 14 here. That's fine. It's not Glacial Chasm territory yet. That's all I care about. Alright, let's go get enough Cloudpost. Likely just play Excavator next turn. What are they thinking? Unless we happen to like draw a land here. Not really a land. Yeah, let's just play Excavator out. Guarantee our land drop here. We'll have to get Chasm this next go around. But I think we're fine then. Let's see, 2. Yeah, I'll just cast once. And also activate here. I guess we could be in trouble if they are able to do enough damage and answer a Glacial Chasm with like a Boseiju. But that's the case. That's how it goes. I just wanted to be able to use the mana a little bit more efficiently and just cast the once upon a time. How's it going, Waterfalls? Are you playing in this event yourself? Yeah, just a single Boseiju. I know some lists run 2, but I'm just sold on a single copy. I feel like my 1 is plenty. Gotcha. Yeah, this one's probably going to be a long tournament as well. So, you may have done yourself like a favor just by not playing in it. Yeah, it's our one and only Ulamog. It's gone. I don't think we'll need it though. Probably natural order, I think. So they know about the Mindbreak Trap. We could just chump one of these Reclaimers with the Excavator. Before they deal damage, get like a Glimmerpost. Go to 9, but then take 7, go to 2. But if we do that, we don't have to set ourselves back via Chasm mana and then next turn we can go get Prime Time and also protect the Chasm that we'll go search up with that. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'll put you here. Do this right now. Cast this once upon a time that I almost forgot. Glimmerpost is good. Glimmerpost, Prime Time. That's all pretty good. Let's just take the Glimmerpost. Get our land. So we get Chasm. I guess Cloudpost. Just get the eye off this map. Just do it now. Sweet. Okay, 10 minutes left. I'll be back, everyone. Not really worth starting like another game elsewhere, but yeah, I would keep the Tabernacle around just so it still disrupts their mana at that point, even if it's not as good as it could be with the Cradle out. I think it's still important to try and delay like a glimpse turn, or just give yourself enough time to dodge them finding like their Boseiju, which is definitely the vital card for them in that spot. Yeah, if I had been forced to like get a Chasm, or had decided to do that, I might have chosen to get rid of Tabernacle at that point in order to not so much hinder my own mana development. But I do prefer to just try and keep it around for as long as possible. Also, yeah, I guess they probably still run Assassin's Trophy as well, which is another thing you want to try and prolong. So yeah, even though they have the fucking broken Gaia's Cradle, Tabernacle still, I feel like, does a decent job. Yeah, so I'll be right back, everyone. Be back in like 5-10 minutes, and we'll start the next round. The full round clock. So yeah, thanks, everyone. Be right back. So we have 9 rounds of Legacy today. I would say the over-under of number of Delver opponents we'll play is 5.5. I bet you 5 or 6 of our rounds will be Delver. No, maybe 4 or 5. Maybe probably 4 or 5, actually. I guess it depends how early we win. Like, if we win early, we'll start facing more and more Delver as it rises to the top of the standings. But I can say with, like, the most certainty, like 99.9%, that we'll have to play Delver today. The top tier decks just come out in full force in these kind of events. Never really like grinded too much Moto until like the COVID quarantine started like a year or whatever ago. And like I didn't realize how like different the metagame was between like leagues and like these kind of events. Just how these events are just so saturated with like the top ones. Oh, I should make a bet for like the channel. I don't think anything is set up for that, but like I think 4 to 5 are the number of Delver rounds we'll have to play today. 4.5 is the over-under. What do you think? What does chat think? 6. Yeah. I was thinking maybe 6. Maybe a lot of people will be on like 8 casts today, because they have the god accounts though too. Emrakul Titan Modern. Yeah. Every format, I feel like there's lots of blue-red. Lots of Darcy's. Lots of Murktide. Can't go wrong with the blue and red. I was kind of surprised we didn't even play against Delver the first round. Just always assume opponents are on Delver. Another call for 6 or Delver rounds. Damn. Yeah, that definitely seems like... Yeah, it might be 6 out of 9. That seems like a good bet. I played the vintage one yesterday. Went 5 and 3. It was fun. It was vintage. You can show the list and some other things later. I'm gonna lean towards 5, just because I feel like there might be like 8 casts and people taking advantage of having whatever access to any cards they want. But 6 is completely reasonable. This is not Delver though. This is pretty surprising. Thought nuts here, but yeah. This is fine still. I haven't seen this deck in like forever. Let's go get Cloudpost. This Thorn is stopping me from like playing something else and also having Reclaimer up, so I'll just play Bog. Hopefully next turn we can get this prime time down. Might not, but... If we draw an untapped source, and we don't get Thought Knotted again... Oh, we get 2 prime times, so we're probably good. I feel like we benefited pretty heavily by being on the play. Yeah, let's just hope we draw an untapped mana. If not, might do something different. Oh, okay, that's untapped mana. How can we do this best? I'm gonna get the Prime Time down for sure. We will play this. We'll have to sack this itself. I think we will also we'll get our double green from these. Just thinking if we can get like a Reclaimer activation in as well. I don't think we can. We'll just play the Prime Time and just hold Reclaimer back, I guess. Yeah, losing this Chasm. If this was like any other untapped land, we could use the Reclaimer on that and get exactly right mana. But we can't do that, so... Alright, we don't need Yavimaya. No. We'll just save ourselves the damage. Yeah, it's a Thoughtseize, definitely. I want to get Tabernacle and probably just Eye of Ugin. We'll just hope to dodge like a Wasteland for one turn. Yeah. I care the most about Eye out of these three lands, if you're wondering. If they do Wasteland us, I mean, they have their lion's share of Wasteland targets. It'd be interesting if they Wastelanded the Cloudpost. Okay. They don't have to think about it. None of us do. That's fine. We'll pay these. I'll just get rid of this Chasm because we're going to lose it anyway. I guess we are not getting an Eye activation this turn, so maybe I was wrong to even get this Eye in the first place. Oh, I think we're going to be fine though. Yeah. Alright, let's just gain a bunch of life and hope we dodge Wasteland one more time. Yeah, just get double Glimmer, I guess. Honestly, I feel like I probably should have just let the Chasm stick around. Just took the 2 life, and then used that mana on my own, like, main phase. Just to better utilize the mana. Oh yeah, I thought that gives us a card. Oh well. I've considered a second Yavimaya. But it's not like the first land I even want like a duplicate of. I'm like fine with just a single copy. I kind of don't like having more than one of each legendary land. Just hate like having to legend roll yourself when you like need to make a land drop. Just my like personal deck building preference. Not worth it to me. Force of Vigor is like probably the only really relevant card in the board we might want against this deck to answer Chalice. But that's about the only thing it answers. So it's not super great. It's probably still worth it. Might also consider bringing Endurance in just to throw it in front of, like, as a chump blocker. Maybe it's worth, like, blocking and killing the earlier Eldrazi. Just anything Thought-Knot and bigger. It's just going to chump for, like, a single turn. So, it's also not spectacular. Maybe I'll bring, like, have, like, 2 of each of these. Let's see what we would want to cut. Let's cut Bog. Yeah, like, maybe Expedition maps. But, like, I don't even know if, like, maps are... Like, if these are better than Expedition maps. I think it's all kind of just lukewarm options. Yeah, let's just do it like this. I don't hate it. I don't love it. If we, like, get wrecked by, like, Chalice this game, then we can over-respond and bring all the forces in next game. Thanks for the follow, Loney Choki. Lonic. I say things phonetically as I see it. It's probably not, if I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe I'd rather just have, like, the extra Force of Vigors over the Endurance. I don't know. Sounds awful. Sounds also not great. Can I go to 5, though? I don't know if I can. They had 7 in hand. No, I think at this point we probably were better off just going to 5 and hoping we just have at least, like, a mana ramp heavy hand. Yeah, I like this one the best. Are we trying to get to this prime time ASAP? Can we even do that? I think we'll put this Chasm back. Thank you for the follow, Blazer. Appreciate it. I think we should keep the prime time. And I think we'll just hope to draw into more lands. So I think we'll just put these 2 lands back. It's probably our best bet. Maybe find another Cloudpost. It kind of feels bad putting lands back. But yeah, we're probably likely to draw him. Famous last words. Like any type of Magic. If they end up chalicing, it'll suck having this crop rotation. Okay. At least there's that. Not land. Just prime time. Just have redundant copies for the against the ultimate one, the ultimate Thought-Knot Seer that's 100% gonna happen next turn, because it always does. Wasteland. Can't believe they didn't have Thought Knot turn 2. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Yeah, I was surprised too, Waterfalls. I did see it in one like league randomly the other day. I was surprised then as well. I feel like I haven't seen this deck in like a year or so. It's been a long time. Another Wasteland. That's so bad. So what can we do? Can we do anything of relevance? Maybe they might Wasteland on upkeep. Okay. That was the land I had always hoped for. How's it going, Keel? Maybe next turn. Maybe. Just to be able to make my land drop. And I wish they would just tap out here. Probably just take a chance. Thought not. That sucks. Well, they'll probably take the Crop Rot, most certainly, so I suppose I might as well just use that right now. Trying to think if we have any way out of this. What's our out? I'll be at 7 after this attack. We'll have a Forest and a Cloudpost. Just do this. Thank you for the follow-up, by the way. Thank you. I'm Rebo. I appreciate the support, buddy. Thank you a lot. Hope you're enjoying the content. Man. Appreciate it. Hope we can win this next game. Not have to mold a 5. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, buddy. Anytime. Let's bring in the Force of Vigors entirely. Let's just get the Endurance. I don't think it's going to be about that. Let's have a couple maps. No, I don't. The Moto Gods are with you when I play against Punishing Waterfalls. This is also scary, like last game. But these lands are promising. We'll put this this Emrakul back. Maybe we'll actually find one of our 26 lands with this Once Upon a Time this time. It'll be Wasteland proof. Probably look for an untapped mana source here. Just what I wanted. The decision next turn will be whether to search up Reclaimer or to play out the Tabernacle. Oh, it's going to be Tabernacle. Come on, play more into it. More. I haven't seen that happen in a long time. I guess I could Spirit Guide still, but it's okay. I think that was good for us. Do we leave him with both here? Do you just go get like a Cloudpost now? No, I think we give them the option and just keep 2 relevant cards back. Yeah, this is fine. I wouldn't hate just getting a Cloudpost with this crop art right now, but I'd rather have 2 options to have like next turn. Or 1 option. Still need to draw lands though. Interesting. Trying to decide if it's worth searching for the Reclaimer at all, or if we're better off just hoping to like draw a land like next turn and then using the green sun for Excavator. If I go get Reclaimer, I would be tempted to go get Yavimaya. But that kind of helps their mana as well against Tabernacle. I would rather not do that. Yeah, I think we take 1 more draw here at least before we make a move. Hopefully they don't Thought Nuts here again. Pretty rough. I guess we'd just be in the same spot as last turn. Just staring down 8 power. I think I'm okay with like anything but Thought Knot Seer here. That's fine. That's not bad actually. I feel like this game just comes down to whether we draw a land or not this next turn. Not entirely, but on our end, I think that needs to happen. not entirely a land, but I'll definitely be playing that. If you want to crop rot for... Oh, yeah, they have map. Yeah, duh. That's not a land. Yeah. Fun to tease. I will just at least cast it. And then maybe we'll draw into like Force of Vigor. But I think we're in like kind of desperation mode now. I'll probably crop rot the Tabernacle away this next turn. Just hope we draw a land. Man, if this is Reality Smasher, probably dead. Yep. Well. Let's see, we'll go to 7. Yeah, I think we're going to crop rot for Cloudpost, end of turn. And then just hope something works out. I don't know what it could. It's either that or like get Chasm now, but like I don't think we're winning from that. And they had the Soul Read with that Spyglass though. It's a good call. Yeah, just thinking what our out would be. If we draw Cloudpost or any land, if we can get our Rec Sage, we can answer the Spyglass. We chump the Thought Knot, go to 2, and maybe we can pull it out from there. I think that's probably like our best bet. It might have been the best thing they could name there. Just given that we were like short on lands already. They probably wouldn't know like how we would choose the sideboard. It's not the land I wanted. Came a little too late, land. Yeah, maybe. It's gonna work out for them though. Don't think we have outs now. I hope they do. Sometimes I'm the omen of winning tournaments. I feel like the qualifier the other day, the Delver list that won, I was one of their losses. Another loss. I was one of their victories on the way there. I'd be down to see this opponent get there. Nah, I haven't seen the Eldrazi matchup in like a long time. It was always pretty difficult though. It got a lot better ever since Force of Vigor got released. But they have just the vital combination of like good disruption plus a fast clock, which is always like a good recipe for playing against this deck. Yeah, between like Chalice, and Thought Knot's here as well. I mean, I owe most of that loss to not drawing lands, but that's okay. I have faith in the Eldrazi to carry our tiebreakers. We got a long tournament still ahead of us. So yeah, I thought we'd play against like 5 Delvers today, and we're already 0 for 2 against Delver. And Delver is like the possible matchup. But I still think we'll see many more Delvers still. Played this in Vintage yesterday. I think some people will call this like combo shops. But it's kind of like been my jam the last like bits I've played of Vintage. This was fun. Vintage was vintage. I got kind of wrecked by some of the Ravager aggro shops decks. They have like Patchwork Automon, which is like a Kappa Cannoneer for them, which is pretty brutal. Some like well-timed Wastelands. But this deck though, it's essentially like an artifact-based lands like depths deck with Thespian Stage, of course, and also Mirage Veer to enable the Merit Lage token, which seems like an awful card, but in Vintage you have the power of Mishra's Workshop to get these expensive artifacts out quickly. And yeah, also Urza Saga just plays. It's a new element I haven't played with this deck much. I played this list before, back when Oko was legal, and everybody was sick of Legacy. But yeah, having not played it really since Saga got released, Saga's been like a boon for the deck. Mostly it's just like another Wasteland magnet to like protect your depths, or something to like throw more redundancy onto the battlefield with like the main game plan. I think the next time like a Vintage showcase like comes around, I probably will stream this because it was fun. If you like the Legacy land-based content, probably would like this deck as well. The variance of that format is it makes it a limited dosage format for me. Like I wouldn't want to play Vintage week in and week out, but I do like enjoy the format, and I like playing it every once in a while at least. On that note, I kind of wanted to play like a Bazaar deck in Vintage leagues between rounds. But I've heard that like Vintage leagues don't really fire quickly. So I don't know if that's gonna happen. I feel like I could play it quickly though, which is important. Alright, let's just see. I'll at least jump in the queue. If it doesn't happen for like 10 minutes, we'll probably find something else to do. Yeah, this is just like old school Vintage dredge. I've never played a Bazaar deck in Vintage before. Kind of want to try one. Maybe like the Hollow one decks are the better Bazaar deck, but like requiring yourself to find like one of your 4 lands, that's just so funky. Let's see it. Damn. Mulligan. They have the same idea. Serum powder. Alright, I already don't think I like this. Keep. That's that one card that I wanted. I think we just do it because there's hollow ones in the deck. Might be wrong. No, I was right. I was right. Why do I have to pay 2? What happened? Didn't I discard 3 cards? Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Wonder if this deck would like went once upon a time. Just for like the same thing, like the same kind of reason Cloudpost would want it. Just finding the lands. No, if oh, this is fine. Yeah. Yes. Here, put my own graveyard up here. Guess. Supposed to do that before drawing though. Well. Man, visually, like, Dredge just doesn't translate well to Magic Online. This is a real game. This graveyard just be laid out on the table. When does this thing come in? Premium features. Okay. So we'll want to Icarid next turn to get that the following turn, essentially. That makes sense. Alright, first thing I'll do on upkeep is Bazaar and Dredge Golgari. And go from there. This. Okay, more black creatures, so we'll Icarid away. That Shambling Shell probably. I guess Grief. Alright. It's funky. It's kind of what I expected. I think the Legacy Dredge deck is a more interesting deck, for sure. Despite not looking as weird. I better probably bring these in. But I might be wrong. Yeah, I don't need my forces. I don't think so, at least. Greaser, pretty bad as well. Sorry if you're like an expert at this deck, playing Vintage Dredge. So I'll not be doing it justice. It's like, is it worth keeping a Leyline but not having Bazaar? Like, probably, I would think. I don't know. Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, there's really not much, like, thinking to it. No, it just, like, seems otherwise bad. Has answer to their Leyline. Has Leyline. This is probably okay. I'm gonna try it. Put this otherwise useless powder back. Yeah, I don't know if like finding a Leyline against in like a mirror match, if that's more critical or like just as critical as your own Bazaar, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I just never find Bazaar now. It's the vintage version, Jax. With only 4 lands main deck. No casting spells. Pretty nice. They got me though, by not having a Leyline of their own. You got me, opponent. One day I'll get to this discard step and have 8 cards in hand. With this card, if my one permanent is gone by then, I suspect it'll be a scoop. All this hesitation makes me think they probably have it. I'm going to specifically mulligan to Bazaar this game, like no matter what. Yes, that's better. Yeah, that makes sense, Mike. Like the logic. You just have like no like game plan of your own though, without like the Bazaar. Like, it almost seems like it's even more critical than Leyline itself. But now like Leylines are just worthless cards. And a hollow one at least. Double hollow one. Dredge card. Icarid. And then Grief, I guess. Sure. Like, it seems like we probably won this game, I think. I guess they could Force of Vigor the hollow ones. Yeah. And looking at like these current lists, I was wondering like if they had enough like gas to cross the finish line. Like just at first sight, it doesn't look like it would, but I think it at least has that. I guess that's why they have the life gain creature with the creeping chills. The creeping chill also kind of seemed kind of questionable. Just not being a creature, just like a little bit extra damage for free, but it makes more sense in like the context of the whole deck. Dredge. Dredge. Like, am I supposed to just get this Icarid now? I think so. Get rid of this Grief. Does this deck want Bridge from Below also? Also was curious about that. Nothing relevant, really. Oh, man. That was a thought-provoking game of Magic. It's actually like entirely about like the mulliganing, which it's charming. I think my initial gut to not enjoy that deck though was true. It's a little too funky for me. I'll definitely play some more leagues in between rounds, but like, yeah, I just copied the list that topped the last preliminary, essentially. And we can look at some lists for the next like 5 minutes or so. Vintage. Like this is like a deck like this is probably like the better Bazaar deck, I would think, or at least like the less risky version. But also just more similar to the other formats that play this, which makes it not as cool. I don't know. I'm a workshop player through and through in the little vintage that I'll play. The other busted land of that format. Yeah, like this is the list I copied. Do they sometimes play Cabal Therapy or like Bridge from Below? Just like I'm questioning like the reasoning for some of the card choices. Oh yeah, I could go for some Dark Ritual stuff too. Like something combo-y seems pretty sweet. Maybe like a PO deck or something with Tinker. Yeah, I think I remember seeing therapies in the past. It must just be a thing that changes with time. Alright, these are all like the same basically. Yeah, and just like being a creature also plays like better probably than therapy towards that, how that deck works. Ginger Brute. One of Ginger Brute. This kind of seemed like the better shops deck. Better than the list I was playing, which I'm okay with. This one definitely seemed better though. Yeah, that makes sense. That's just funny. The 1/1 haste is what you'd sometimes would want. Yeah, this card was a house. This was definitely like a 9/9 at some points yesterday. I was playing against it. One Ravager. Yeah, these lists are really weird too. I just haven't looked at like vintage lists in a long time. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Unblockable by anything but with haste. That's so weird. Is there something to like equip it with to like push damage through? I guess like the little like chip damage is pretty relevant in vintage. When you have stuff like Mana Crypt and... Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense then. It's all coming together. Yeah, this is definitely a good... It's like a cranial plating. Definitely what this deck would want to have. Again, that probably explains why they don't run Ravagers then. Just not having to sacrifice your artifacts. Just keeping it all in the battlefield. Yes. One of my opponents yesterday that was on this deck, they were one of the top 8 whenever those lists come out. They got like 10 mana on their first turn against me on the play. It's just one of those games where I think there's just no chance at all. But that's vintage. I accept that. Yeah. Probably the most broken land, in my opinion. Academy. If I had to choose a single most broken land in the game, I'd say Tolarian Academy is probably that land. Was that when like Urza Saga was standard legal? And you could play like 4 academies with like Grim Monoliths and shit. And I want to see like what like a list looked like from that period, or like how a game played out. Can't even like picture what a game of Magic would look like. Like way more broken than like even vintage stuff, probably. I think. I actually would have liked that kind of format for the brief time it was there. Masticore. Yeah, that's all like... I've definitely never seen like a list like that. Be down to look though. Alright, we're on the play for round 3 here, Legacy. I'm gonna ship this. It's really not impressive, plus it lacks enough lands. You can mostly just do better. This is a little bit better. Yeah, I have a new one on its way. I was lazy with ordering it, so I should have just done it earlier. Would have been able to see my face right now. Maybe Memory Jar was in that format. I think that was the one that got like banned before it was legal. Yeah. I literally just read that right after I was thinking it. So I heard. Yeah, that was like the only one though. we'll put this chasm back. Really hope you find Cloudpost off this once. I bet this will probably be our first Delver matchup. I feel like we've avoided Delver for too long. Come on, Cloudpost. Cloudpost, please. Yeah, let's take that. Let's just play it to the mana ramping. Rather than like bother with Reclaimer. That's boss. Beat the big evil deck with something. Especially that's like something money-wise that's way cheaper. Chill. Man, my when I was like playing casually with friends as a kid, we would like have house rules where we would ban like the color hate cards. Like they would just like frustrate people to no end. It felt like they were like screwing you over in particular when they'd run like chill. I remember it was one of the like my brother would play that against me whenever I played like a blue deck. It's really frustrating. There's chill and there was like one where like I think Scald was the card where like if you tap an island you take a damage. That one too. That was really fucking annoying. And that was from when like the color hosers were like insane too. Like Tempest Block had a lot of the crazy ones. Yeah, Scald. I mean, when your deck just had like 20 basic islands as its lands, you can't really afford to take a damage for mana. Yeah, this is a very fast clock this opponent has. Alright, let's make another Cloudpost. I think we'll just have to hopefully... We'll have to take some chances the next turn for sure. So we don't have any time. Yeah, I bet it will be Waterfalls. I bet you it will. How's it going, Jack? Yeah, Delver's difficult for me now as well, just because of like the price of progress. I feel like it's like more important to win this first game now, and it looks like it's not going to happen this one. Kind of am agreeing with people that said like, oh, yeah, Delver can like tune to beat whatever they want. They didn't like how frequently I was beating it the last like month or so. So they said, well, you know what, fuck Cloudpost. I'm just gonna do them like 12 damage in a single spell. So they do. Yeah, I was wondering like what Delver is like currently cutting back on. Like looking at a list, it looked like they don't have like stuff against control decks, like stuff like Narset or whatever that enchantment that mills is. I think that was for those kind of matchups. Yeah, it seems like they really want to answer like creatures. Reed's playing Delver. That's a sad day. I'm gonna lead with Once Upon a Time, and then hopefully this eats a counter, and hopefully we get another turn to then attempt something meaningful. I'm gonna take the Glimmerpost here. Let's think. I assume they probably have a counter at least, so we need to bait with something. But it would be better to just play at least one like bigger spell this turn. Maybe I should just attempt a Green Sun for Endurance this turn. And then, as a bait, try and Crop Rot for Cavern of Souls the next go around. Do kind of like that. So yeah, I think we're going to take Glimmerpost. And we're going to try to Green Sun for Endurance to start things off. If that happens, that's a reasonable spell that's for their game plan. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. And then I probably will lead with Crop Rotation next turn then. And if that doesn't happen, then just slam like the Prime Time. It's probably our best sequence. Yeah, I missed the Days conversation. I don't want them to touch Days, personally. I think it's, like, good for the format as a whole. Plus, I just, like, have enjoyed it for long enough, or I'm used to it. Which might be, like, a bias, but... Yeah, let's see, this... Now that Monkey's gone, I feel like it's punishing now to, like, pull an island back to their hand, which is fine. Like, you have to obviously play into it early enough in the game for it to be relevant, but... Like, that's at least an edge you can have. Or from my view, at least. I was affected by Monkey quite a bit. How's it going, the one? I'm doing alright. How are you doing today? Is Days really, like, the reason, though, why Delver's good? Like, it's just kind of like a... I feel like the deck, just what it's trying to do, the Delver deck, is just, like, by its nature, going to be, like, the best thing, if there is, like, a best deck, even. I don't think it's Cancer. I think it's, quietly, like, a safeguard for the format. It protects me, honestly. If there's no Days, all these evil combo people would be just running rampant. I disagree. I think, I don't know. I'm not hating the games. It is, like, kind of overpowered. I could see people hating it, for sure. But, like some decks could really play to this edge now, that they only have, like, a single land left. Yeah, me too, STW. I find it really hilarious how much they hate it. Like, it just seems so irrational. Yeah, I know he hates it. Well, he likes blue cards, I guess. One of my friends locally, who just swears by blue, which I know most, like, good players do, but anyway. He was, like, the first person I heard, like, that called for Shepherd to be banned. And I thought he was just joking at first, but... Yeah, once I realized, like, other people hate it that much too, I was like, man. Thought this was not real hate. I'm going to leave with this map first, because this ends up with Cavern if it does happen. If this doesn't work, then we'll Crop Rotation. And if that also gets countered, then we'll just go for Prime Time. But we basically want to prioritize the safest, easiest to cast spell first. Like, this is a must counter for them, if they don't know. If there's a lot of options, Mike, but like it's so fun and rewarding to get to play after a long time. That's like what I love about it. And the festivities. That's the sorcery pyroclasm, right? For one. Alright, let's get our maximum mana. Now we'll crop rotation. Surely they must be out of counter spells now. Okay. Cavern of Souls. Name Giant. We have Wasteland covered for this first game, so I think we're going to just go get Chasm. Let's see, they have 14 power. Yeah, let's just do Chasm Cloudpost, I think. It's probably the best. I can still play this Eye of Ugin as my land as well. They do usually run like a Brazen Borrower, so we're not completely out of the woods. I think this is probably our best bet. I'll just get rid of the Cavern now. It did its job. We still would have had the last green mana. We could still play it off of the Eye of Ugin if they did counter that crop rotation as the last mana. So yeah, good stuff. Yavimaya was critical there for that. Alright, let's just swing, get probably double Glimmer. Triple Bolt. Ooh. Okay, well then we'll just get Emrakul. Let's just make sure we get to attack first. Delver doesn't usually run Snapcaster. They could do that though. If they have double bolts, I guess we could lose then still. They were probably waiting to see if I would get rid of the Chasm or not. Maybe I should have just kept it around for a turn. I mean, if I did that, knowing what I knew at the time of the draw step, I would be in double ball range anyway, though, so I don't hate just getting rid of the Chasm there and just going for it. The mana curve of this deck is kind of funky compared to other decks, but like you definitely like recognize like the patterns of mana over the course of like land drops or like with time. Yeah, like I can't do like storm math at all. This is not how my brain's wired. It seems so complicated. The kind of spot, like the predicament we're in now, is kind of like why, in most cases, I do like searching up Tabernacle against Delver. Okay, we're good. Just to like stop them from that little bit of mana to just close out the game. Yeah, let's just do Cloudpost, Glimmer, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Any 2 Locust lands. Emrakul. Yeah, and like the storm decks have the color element as well. Another thing I'm not really used to. Like I know tests will usually get like the double black with like an LED that there would pop before like a Burning Wish anyway. But like a test mana base, it's just like a whole different like mana base puzzle deck building wise. What was I say? Alright, Delver. Alright, we won the first game. That was the critical easier game 1 now. That was surprising. Thought double Dragon's Rage Chandler was gonna do us in. But yes. So currently I side out the Crop Rots against Delver. Rex Sage for sure. And then probably either Kozilek or 2 maps. He's like having just another threat though in Kozilek, because sometimes that is an issue, just having the business spell to follow up a bunch of mana. It's not always just about developing mana. If we wanted to try and play around Price of Progress, we could consider like keeping some crop rotations in to respond to the price, but I don't really think that's like worth doing. Yeah, they in the past they've Blood Mooned, but I don't think they would be on it right now though. I think the Delver Hive Mind is on Price of Progress currently. But that has been a thing though in the past. The sand's not spectacular, but I think it has enough. We'll trust that once upon a time we'll find us a green source. Maybe a Cloudpost as well. Yeah, and plus Boseiju also can answer it as well. Yeah, I'm fine taking a chance with the sand. It doesn't look spectacular, but I think it's enough at least. We should play around days, I feel like. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. There's a green source. Maybe I should have been more ballsy and just played it into days, which I don't hate doing, but this makes me feel better though. I hope they do days this needle. I would be okay with that. But yeah, the sand is a good enough start, at least, to finding the mana it needs. And the Ulamog is a really good payoff as well. Like among the best one. We'll still need like a little bit of help, but naming fetches. I don't hate it. I feel like it always like never works out well though. Like we'll be good like cutting off their Scalding Tarns until like the very last turn, and then they'll Wasteland like the Chasm that we needed. Oh yeah, based on the brainstorm. Yeah, you're probably right. That probably was just like a tell that they were like mana screwed. Yeah, you see, like I don't play blue decks ever, so I should pay more attention to like what they were doing. But like that makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, Carpet is gonna be okay. I'm not gonna throw. Do you think I should throw this second Needle down just on like a Scalding Tarn? Like, can they get out of this from here? Their own mana problems. Yeah, in case they have like a meltdown. That might have been like a reason they would have kept their hand as well. If they didn't have a whatchamacallit, a turn 1 threat. So like what would have been in their hand then? Yeah, I mean like if they melt down in Wasteland in the single turn, can't really play around that at all. Yeah, I see lots of meltdowns from Delver. It's for the Pithing Needle specifically. I haven't seen explosives out of Delver. It's not outside like the realm of possibility. But I feel like since they found that critical second land now, like they probably can just like find whatever. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Jack. They should have just like thought about that more. Cause yeah, they just led with like a volcanic brainstorm. Just not typical. Yeah, we'll bog for sure if they don't Murktide here. If they have Murktide this turn, they should definitely just do it though. Which seems pretty likely, honestly. Yes. Ooh, a bolt hitting the bin. I'm okay with that too. Yeah, they'll have 3 cards in hand now. It seems winnable. Not certain, but definitely winnable. It's not bad. Leave it this, so if they counter it, get a little bit more value out of the bog. Just a little bit. Bog. It probably will get answered still, but at least it was something relevant. Yeah, I know there's a lot of hate for iteration. Maybe this card like provides like too much card advantage for Delver in the matchups where like other decks want to contest like that kind of thing. Oh, this is good. This is going pretty well. Alright, how do we lose it now? Like, I feel like we're in good shape. We could... I think if they had a bolt, they probably would have done it last turn on the Reclaimer. I might be interested in just getting Chasm this next turn, though. Because not only would that just save me a bunch of life, but also would protect Reclaimer with the fetch land as the land drop this turn. I think I will plan to do that. Yeah, we could just get another Cloudpost. It's all dependent on if they answer the Reclaimer in time, though. I could just play the fetch land and then just have that ready to go and see what they do. And we might be able to play around Price of Progress as well with the Chasm line, which is another concern. Yeah, but we can like do that long term if Reclaimer sticks around pretty easily though. We could also like devote like try and move towards like a Tabernacle line where that like takes them off possibly Price of Progressing us, and also playing to this Ulamog as the closer. I feel like if we want to pursue that line, we should like think about just getting Tabernacle right now. If we do that, I feel like we should probably just play Cloudpost out. Yeah, I kind of like that. That would stop cantripping. They would need to have like a bolt in hand and another mana to answer Reclaimer, which would be like the worst case scenario. But I think I like that though. Defensive. Yeah, there's always going to be like this window though where like Price of Progress is going to be dangerous though if we win the game. So I'm mostly concerned about that. But yeah, I'm going to go for the Tabernacle line because I feel like that. Yeah, let's do that. Well, they don't know the top of their library yet. So, yeah, there's definitely some downside to trying this. I think I'm fine with it though. I might just go get Chasm anyway, but I like the mana denial element of this, at least. Brainstorm. Alright, so we'll be at 9 for sure. Yeah, I might have to get Chasm anyway. Yeah, it might be not a bad idea to just try and get Excavator, like get some use out of this Green Sun while they're kind of low in cards. Delirium at least. No extra land. I think we're just going to play the fetch and pass. And then we'll probably will... Are we priced into getting Chasm this next turn? That's the question. I think it might be time for that. Hey, thank you, John. Appreciate it. Yeah, we don't have Ulamog mana yet, though. I was hoping like this draw might give us like a Locust land, and then we probably would have been able to, but yeah, let's probably plan to get Chasm. Let's see, if we get Chasm, we get rid of the fetch land, the Cloudpost. On upkeep, we can still pay for Reclaimer, for Tabernacle. Go to 7. If they tap out here, I could also just go to 2 and see what happens. I guess I can block the Dragon's Rage too if they don't have Delirium. So if I go to 3, yeah, let's just pass here. Might not have to Chasm, but there's a good chance that I will. I didn't see all the details of... Ooh, that's kind of scary. On the Pro Tour stuff. I'm glad they're bringing it back, though, if they're giving more support to competitive play. Because I did kind of miss that. I think I'm going to go get Chasm here before they attack, or before they deal damage. Otherwise they'll bolt us in response. Oh, if they have bolts, I should probably just take the extra damage right here. No, go to 2. No, the 3 is definitely relevant. No, I think we're better off keeping Reclaimer alive. Or no, never mind. Blind Lancer. My bad. They might bolt Reclaimer right now, which would kind of suck. But that's the cost of not taking this life here. I guess they could do it right now as well. You should do it right now if they want to kill Reclaimer. This is Legacy currently. I don't know about the Pro Tour stuff though. I'm sure there will not be Legacy for that. Okay, not bad. Go to 3 next turn. Here's some merge still to worry about. Yavimaya would give us, and like about evens out, right? I mean, if we get Cloudpost here, we'll have access to 4 mana next turn, but maybe we just do need the more additional green. Otherwise, we'll have 5. Yeah, we should get Yavimaya. You're right. I mean, I don't hate getting Cloudpost as well, though, either. If we get Cloudpost, go to 3. Have more mana to operate with this map, which would be a fine bait spell. And then if we draw like a better land, let's get Cloudpost for this reactivation at least. And then after that, we'll probably get Yavimaya next turn. Like, I want some Glimmerpost to, like, start being more meaningful, though, if that's, like, the draw. Yeah, let's just be efficient with mana. Commit to no green spells, at least. Ooh. Alright, so let's lead with the map, I think. You could do Chasm stuff next turn if you want to. I do like getting Yavimaya this next turn. Maybe we should just do that right now and have that mana available. Yeah, okay. Let's see, if we play stage, make it a Cloudpost, have 3 mana, then we attempt map. See what happens. Man. Maybe I should just like hold the Reclaimer for their turn though. And I could also use like the map as a bait on their turn. Alright, let's just leave with map. I like doing that. Okay. Force, pitching Murktide. I'm just gonna go get Yavimaya right now then. I hope they don't answer this Reclaimer the next turn, like submerge it or anything, because it'll be important to do this Chasm stuff. And then we'll play stage for the turn. And so you can at least use the stage at instant speed. Which I guess that's not really... It all ends up working out the same, given that they countered the map. I hope they tap out. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like why I wanted to go with the Tabernacle like way earlier. To eventually like get to this point and take away the danger of price, hopefully. Let me see what they do. Bin Sanctuary. Choose to shuffle. Yeah, we're both pretty low, me and opponents. This is like a desperation bolt. So we're going to do this. Copy Chasm. So that's good. Get some life. Pay for this. And not pay for this, because this is the original trigger. Okay. What are we doing this turn? Like, none of this land is really that relevant, other than, like, an excavator for, like, the bog. Maybe that is worth doing, though. Yeah, I guess we should. How many dazes are gone? None. They've cantripped a lot, though. They probably figured daze is not useful. Alright, I like trying to get excavator and just making a land drop here. I guess we're not doing anything else with the mana. Damn. Well. Yeah, this doesn't seem the worst. It's not great, but also not the best. Okay. Keep Chasm. Chasm stick around. I guess I kind of want Karakas back eventually. Yeah. Get some life here. I think we're going to be okay, though. I just really needed land more than anything. Alright. We'll hold off one more turn before the Ulamog happens. Let's see if they tap out here. That'd be good. I'll probably attempt this Endurance, try and get our Karakas back. But, okay. Tap out, opponent. Tap out. I bet their last card is Price. Yeah, we gotta watch out for the time. Well, I guess if they have both, like, that's fine then. I could just play this Endurance right here. And just not give up Chasm as long as possible. And if I'm going to do that, I would just do it right now. Still chump it for a turn if I need to. Tabby now, I think. Or no, Yava. I know they have Price of Progress, though. That's got to be what they have in hand. Yeah, if that's what their card is, then they won't bolt this Reclaimer right now, and I could just do this on upkeep. A Braid. Okay, so we're just going to cast Ulamog then. Kind of regret not getting Glimmer there. But we are at 4. Alright. So yeah, let's not pay this. We'll definitely pay that. Alright, we have to dodge a Price on top. which I didn't really look at if that was a thing. But they have no cards in hand. Here goes. Yay. Damn. Man, it took up a lot of time. Yeah, it ends up maybe being like a little bit too roundabout in hindsight, but I do like Tabernacle as like a kind of a means of playing around price. Just like tying up their own mana, at least like forces them into some like difficult spots like that. Oh yeah, I didn't. Don't worry, I didn't pay it. I'm not one of those people. I tapped it before the Ulamog trigger resolved. Actually, I have paid it in the past when the opponent would do it on like a Merit Lage token, just to like kind of keep the charade going. Like, oh yeah, Tabernacle. Do need to pay it on all these indestructible things. It's not like a. It's like weird. It's worded so weirdly. Clearly, like a relic of a different time. The Magus Tabernacle is like more functions like the way I feel like it should. But we don't question the old card design. They didn't know what they were doing. But we love them for it. Hey, welcome everyone. This is the showcase, so we're 2-1. That was our first Delver round of the day. Round 1 we won against Elves. Round 2 we lost to Eldrazi Stompy. And then, if you just saw that now, that was a win against Delver. So, yeah, Eldrazi Stompy was the shocker. The shocker matchup, for sure. How are they? I wonder if they won this round. Let's see. Financico. They did. Eldrazi's still in the running. Maybe we'll play against them again in the top 8. It'd be awesome. Yeah, I played some Vintage yesterday. I was playing that, the Workshop Shops combo deck that I was playing like a year ago. And haven't really touched it since Urza Saga got printed, but I went 5-3. It was okay. It was fun. It was vintage. Thanks Oddball for the follow. Weird. Yeah, I did see an Eldrazi the other day in a league. And then like once in the challenge, so maybe that deck's making a comeback. Whiskey Hughes, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, Levi's at the top of the standings. That's awesome. I bet he's playing Delver. He plays legit decks now. I think it was the last showcase I played against him. He was on Delver, and he just like destroyed me. Yeah, that was. I think that was the last one. These things are like a once every month, right? It's like it tends to be like their frequency. We're on the play here. Michael Mapson. Like this thing says 8 cast, but they could definitely be on lands as well. In any case, I do think this is probably good enough of a hand. If we find a green source, I like this hand. And even if we don't, it's still fine if you find a Cloudpost, but not great then. Once Upon a Time has not treated us well at times today. So let's see if I get punished for putting my faith in this card. Okay. There's the green source. Is that better than... Yeah, I think so. It kind of sucks if they Chalice of the Void here. But I think I'll hold up Crop Rotation and see what they're up to. Something different. This looks like elves. Okay. Alright, that's good. I guess we don't know that they're on elves yet. They might be on, like, green-white depths. Alright, I'm gonna hold up Crop Rot one more turn to see. Yeah, looks like depths. Alright, so depths. And I wish we had the, like a green sun at this point. Definitely gonna Pithing Needle this turn. I think we'll probably just say Wasteland. That way if they do have an answer to the... it's... in the past I've always just named Wasteland even against a Knight. If I do say Knight, I would entice them to just attack me, which wouldn't be the worst. Plus I already do have the Crop Rotation to play around the Wasteland. It's a tough one. Maybe I do want to try and get them to start Wastelanding me. Yeah, I'm gonna say Wasteland. My gut just tells me that's probably... And if they do try and, like, answer the Needle and then go for a Wasteland plan, I like our spot better. We can also just handle the Knight at this point as well. Gonna hit that with the Rec Sage. Alright, I think I want to name Elf with this Cavern, answer the Sylvan Library, and still hold up some green mana. And that way we can Crop Rot if we want. Otherwise, probably just Once Upon a Time. We're not quite at Emrakul mana just yet. Yeah, let's do that. I want to answer this library more than anything. Yeah, this matchup's... It's difficult. It's winnable, but difficult. I'm okay with it. But yeah, it's definitely like a pain in the ass, though. I usually will just try to ramp as fast as possible into something like a Primeval Titan. They're going to go for a Dark Depths, looks like. Which I can play around as well. But there's a lot of things we could find off this once upon a time if we get to do that. If we find Prime Time, I think we will go aggressive with the Crop Rot. Interesting. Alright, this is good for us. Glimmer, Kozilek. Well, let's just take the Glimmer here. And then, best case scenario, we can crop right for like a Cloudpost next turn and play Emrakul the turn after. Yeah, let's just go for this Emrakul. Also gain some life in the process. It's not bad for later either. Yeah, I'll just hold the Crop Rot back for one more turn, and then we'll Crop Rot this next go around. Because if they can answer the Needle plus they can Wasteland, we could be screwed. Okay, they can make it right now. We can still live if this Rec Sage can jump. Let's see what happens. I hope we don't need to get a Desperation Glacial Chasm, but we might have to. That would have been nice if we could have kept the top and lost the counterbalance. I think the top was, as much as it pains me to say it, it was the right call. Does this mean? Does this mean we can expect to get wastelanded? I think it probably does. Just jump this. Oh, come on, don't ending, please. That'd be awful. Alright, they're gonna ending. So now what? Let them wasteland, I think. Yeah, they can definitely just wasteland us at will now. So that's a Karakas, and then I think we just play into the wasteland at this point. That's gonna happen. This is smart, doing it before you draw. I'd like to know what we would find here. More wastelands. If we have to play the Karakas as the land, then I think we need to get a Glimmerpost here, unfortunately. No, then we're going to die to this Knight. I guess we have to get Bog. But then we just die to a 2/2 knight. Or we just let this wasteland happen and play to the next one. That's maybe better. As weird as that is, I think that's probably just better. I guess this is like the same thing though. I probably should have cooperated for Yavimaya now that I think about it. Yeah. They should definitely just attack with the knight here. Trying to think if we have like any other outs, possibly. Maybe like our one of endurance. If we crop route for Yavimaya and then find it. I don't even know if we have enough mana for that though. So close. One turn away from this Emrakul. Interesting. I feel like we should just use this green mana right now while we have priority. Let's see, we had green. If we find that endurance, yeah, I guess we let them attack. Alright, I'm gonna see what we find at this point. We have this priority up. The green mana. Boseiju, Tabby. I don't hate either of those cards, to be honest. I don't know if they're what we want right now. What if we take this Boseiju, we try and hit their... Now, if whatever we try to do, they'll respond with Knight, so I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe we'll just take the Tabernacle here, and maybe they'll tie up their mana together with... And I also need to play the Glimmerpost in most cases. Next turn is the land. So maybe it's just better to have the Boseiju as something to make use of. Alright, I'm going to take Boseiju. Need to play a little faster as well. Nah, there's been off maze for a bit. It wouldn't have helped that much in this like particular spot, just because it would have like bought us like one turn. I feel like Glacial Chasm usually does the same. Yeah, let's just hold this up. Wasteland now, probably. Yeah. It's actually... I'm just going to let this happen again. I don't know if I should have taken this Boseiju, the more I think about it. Yeah, that was smart to get rid of the forest here. We can't Boseiju and Crop Rot. Alright, yeah, I think we definitely lose now. I don't hate my decisions, but didn't explain much. Just trying to play faster. I was hoping to play towards like tabernacling them and cutting them off of mana. But in hindsight, I think that just wasn't the greatest. Just because Boseiju doesn't really stop them from ramping. At least not against like a tabernacle plan like that. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Just generally like endurance in the matchup. Usually, I've considered bringing in Force of Vigors as well. Like I have seen like Damping Sphere in the past out of them. There's Mox Diamond and Library. And it's not critical. It might be good enough though. So let's think about maybe like 2 Force of Vigors to bring in. Maybe 2, maybe none. Yeah, let's just try cutting the maps. A bit slow. And Kozilek, and just bring in a pair of these forces. Just hedge a little against stuff they potential hate. I'm gonna try this. Can we get there with endurances? I don't know. Maybe this just doesn't go anywhere. No, I'm gonna be greedy and shift it. I'll try this. Ulamog back. Play to Tabernacle, hopefully. It's not great, but it could possibly get us there. I think we have to go for that at this point. This is not great, though. The sooner we find a green source, the better we'd be. If we draw a Sage here, I'm just gonna do it. Just to make the 2020. Wait. Wait, can I take that back? Should I do it? I should do it. Yeah, I should definitely do it. Right? How long can we hold out against Karakas? Or do we just play... No, they probably have another land to make it themselves, for sure. Man. I mean, our chance to make it, if we want to, is right now. They can probably make it their own one next turn. They have crop. Yeah, it's very possible as well. Probably should just play it and then pass, and then just hold to respond to theirs, most likely. Like, that's the thing that just never really works out, but like, in desperation, I don't hate it. But then if we draw like a green source next turn, we just green sun for prime time and probably get there off that. But then we'll have to tap out to do that, which is also kind of risky. Maybe they won't do that, though. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. I think that's... Let's see where that takes us. This doesn't work out very often, if at all. But... I don't think we... Our deck won't give us green sources, so we have to appease the deck. We're in a fight right now. It's not happy with us. Oh, you're right. They did crop rot. Oh, they're gonna get Yava, right? But we have crop rot too, though, if they Yava. I hope we get Yavimaya. It's kind of risky for them to do that now, if they choose to do so. I hope they, I hope they do get Yavimaya, just to make it more interesting. But yeah, this looks like crop rotation for sure. man, I wanted them to get the Yavimaya. That would have been better. I wonder if they're thinking of just... Yeah, they should definitely... I actually don't know. It would depend on if they have a land or not, what they should do. But they're in the commanding spot already, so it seems wise to just keep the knight around. Deck. He's so unruly. I think I'll let them try and go make it, and then... I see no reason to, like, cast anything at this point. Tabernacle will definitely get crop rotted away this, like, next turn, one way or another. We could play out the Endurance, try and get them to get their Sajiri step, and then have crop rot ready as another answer for the Karakas. Maybe that gets there. Ooh. Alright, I think that's good for us. Yeah, one of their steps is in the bin. They sometimes do run 2, though. Yeah, if they do that, if they swing with the knight, they could then make their 2020 in response, which would give them the cards in graveyard they would need at least. And I don't quite have the mana yet to do that and also, like, stage again. We'll see if they attack or not. If they don't attack with Knight, I think I'm going to Crop Rot, just get another Cloudpost end of turn, and probably Green Sun for prime time the following turn. I want to see what they do. Outland Liberator, probably. Always seems likely. Yeah, if they attacked, I would definitely just throw it in front at this point. Because if they attacked and had the stage up, they could get the lands in graveyard to... So we can answer the knight. Maybe that'd be risky on their part, though, and they wouldn't do that. Yeah, it'll just depend on whether they swing with this knight or not. Yeah. Oh wait, we have the knight covered at least. So if they want to build the other wasteland, I forgot about it. think I'm just gonna crop right here. Now's our time to wasteland. I guess now, technically. Alright, I'm gonna get Excavator. Just try and keep this going as long as possible. Or at least just try and keep up with this knight. Ooh, okay. Oh, we need this Excavator, though. Do I want to... Yeah, should we force them to do this? Does this even matter? Let's see, if we force this, they make the 2020. If they want to keep their knight around. Maybe we should just get this, try and get this out right now. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Oh no, we need the green sun. Nah, we're not. Never mind. Final answer. Basic logic. I hope we draw like a Glimmerpost. I think that might be our best draw. Wasteland, I think. Alright, they need a green source. I don't even know if that saves us. Damn. Guess I'll just swing here, make it seem like I have an answer waiting. They definitely just win here, though. Huh. That's about how the green-white depths matchup. Basically how it's very difficult. But I feel like we were like pretty close each of those games. I enjoyed the games. Wish it worked out better, but well. How many? Yeah, I'll stick it out for at least like the third loss. Yeah, they played it really well. Those are some pretty good games of Magic. Lots of like timing involved with instant speed lands, which I guess only really happens in this format with green. Green cards like crop rotation and Knight of the Reliquary. And Knight of the Reliquary is just its own like unique specific problem for this deck. Very difficult card for Cloudpost. No matter what it shows up. BMJ in the standings. I don't know. They're undefeated though. Eldrazi, our second loss, second round. It was undefeated as well. No, I have faith in our tiebreakers, so yeah, I recognize a lot of these names at the top. But yeah, I don't recognize that particular person. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying the game still. It's a little bit frustrating to lose close ones, but I'll stick it out at least for a little longer. I'm probably gonna put the be right back screen on for the next 10 minutes or so. Try and take care of some chores, get some more water and stuff. But appreciate all of you hanging out. Definitely come back in like 10 minutes. We'll finish, start the 5th round. No, we did not win the last round. We lost to Green-White Depths. We're in the same bracket, Jack, if you're watching. Hope we don't have to play. If you're watching, like, what were your matchups so far? You said 2 Delver the first 2 rounds. Hopefully you got a reprieve from that deck. That's a good question, Shade920. Why play Post? I feel like in Legacy, like, ultimately, you should make your enjoyment part of your decision making. It's sorry, I was laughing at the Kozilek pick being creepy. Yeah, like Legacy, I feel like it's a good mix of competitive and casual, but like mostly competitive. And Cloudpost like definitely has its strengths as a deck. It like doesn't do anything else that other decks do. Like it's not like a worse version of like something else, which I like about it. And just like the nature of the games, like I feel like it's interactive, plays fun games against other fair decks. Every game is like a puzzle, and like I enjoy decks that are like that. Definitely not a linear type of strategy, but also like can hold its own in a competitive environment. So, just to sum it up in as best I can, like, yeah, I personally play it too because I've played it for so long. It's like my best deck and the best chance like I have at winning. So, but yeah, Legacy has a wide variety of different things you can play. So if you like enjoy these kind of games, I would say like yeah, definitely go for it. Try out this deck. Try it if you have the God account right now, however long that goes. Miguel MTG86, appreciate the follow. Yeah, I just put Kozilek just to mix it up. You should be able to see me the next time I stream. It shall arrive at my doorstep at approximately. I don't know if it shows the time exactly. It's supposed to get here tomorrow. My newer webcam. Yeah, I was gonna say I think Kozilek's kind of creepy itself. Like this thing like doesn't have eyeballs, but it has like a really tiny head. What the fuck? Primetime is kind of creepy though too. It's like peeking through, peeping giant. Oh man, SCW. What would you like? I need to like touch up some things on the stream and like get some input from people. Like, what should I allow people to use channel points for? Because I know like punishing waterfalls has been bugging me about that as well. I want to like reward my loyal watchers doing something like they want to see on stream, and like I'm down to like do like deck donations or whatever. I don't think like people like I know people are here for Cloudpost, but if people want to see me play other things, I'd definitely be down for that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Shade920. I hope you got to hear my answer to your question earlier about why you might want to play this deck. Oh no, you can do something cooler than that. You know, than like a picture. More serious about that. Give Tony luck. Tell Tony to stop talking and let him hydrate a bit. I didn't even like touch my energy drink that I usually start with. I think it's time for a Delver round though. Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, like, yeah, I think it's kind of. I think like the weird lines and like play patterns turn some people off to it, and just like looking at the list, like the color sources, for instance, it doesn't look like a normal like green deck probably should. It's I think it kind of turns people away, just being kind of odd. But like that's how I feel like playing some other decks I just never really played before. It's on the opposite end. I can like safely say like this deck can win if you know what you're doing. And playing like so much Moto as I have been the past like year or two is like the first time I've really played this deck in a like super competitive setting. And it's like made me like even more assured of this deck as like an overall strategy. Which is it's pretty nice. It's been pretty rewarding for me. Oh yeah, I should make some VIP people. Need to make some more people playing as moderators as well. I first saw way back like almost 10 years ago. It made the finals of a Star City event. The list was like way different back then, but it had blue and green. Blue mostly for show and tell. And I just thought the deck looked really cool. So before I started, I was gonna start playing Sneak and Show at the time, I remember. But then I said, like, man, that looks pretty fun. Like, I'll at least try that for some FNMs. And I just like instantly fell in love with the deck. Like everything about it, it kind of reminds me of like a better version of the Tooth and Nail deck in Standard, when that was a thing in Standard. If there's any like really old people here as well that played back then. It was like everything that Tooth and Nail was like trying to be, but like a good version of that. And like, yeah, that was... Yeah, I picked it up really quickly because I was interested. I feel like if you're studious and very interested in something, you can like learn things quickly. Like, I'm a firm believer in that. And yeah, like it was the second big tournament I played with it. That was the Open that I won, playing the old blue-green list. So after that, I was just like, well, it's just fun as hell. Like, I'm just gonna make this my identity in Magic. And so yeah, that's basically what I did. No regrets. No regrets whatsoever. Now that I've been playing like Moto as consistently as I have for like a year or two, I started just trying other things, which, yeah, I've been finding enjoyment with that. I feel like it'd be a mistake to not take advantage of how easy it is to like play these cards and these decks online. Oh, cool, you are watching Waterfalls. I was gonna say, I haven't forgotten about channel points. But I feel like Promised End will come at a higher cost. Yeah, it's a good idea too. Like for the Cloudpost, to maintain the Cloudpost theme and also to give some variation people might be interested in. Like some sort of like modification you might want to see. Or like your own like donation deck list, Cloudpost or not. Oh, nice, dude. How often do... Probably just have to be on like high alert. Take care of the child. Stupid Wasteland. I'll just let them Wasteland this if they want. Maybe we should just Green Sun right now and make better. We'll play Map, I guess, and then replay Reclaimer. Budget Post. Do you mean just the same deck but without Tabernacle? Because I'd be down to do that as well. I think you'll be fine in a lot of matchups. You'll just like miss it in certain spots. I think like money-wise, this deck is fairly cheap if you don't consider Tabernacle. But the one single card. Oh yeah, Amulet. Oh, I saw he like posted that about a Legacy Amulet deck. I need to watch it still. I I have faith in him like being able to do that. I mean, it makes sense that like if Titan can do its thing as fast as it does in Modern, it would just be faster than this deck at least. So, I mean, by logic, it should be like good enough. And he actually did like Trophy League. I need to watch that video next. I want to watch more of his modern stuff though, because that's another thing I've been messing around with. Been playing some Amulet Titan. Eventually, I will show you my modern skills once that happens, but it's pretty embarrassing currently. I wouldn't play those cards. They're not the critical card type of a land. Otherwise, if they just had like a functional reprint of Tabernacle, that'd be the dream. But yeah, I could do a budget one at some point. It doesn't change my opinion, though, that you need Tabernacle. I feel like there'll be at least one spot in like a league or so where we'll lose for not having it. That's okay. Yeah. Lightning bolt. I don't want that. Alright, well, I guess we'll just go get a Cloudpost here. Let's see what they surveil first. Just my own information. Not that this changes much. Maindeck Pyroblast. I couldn't do that. I understand the logic. I just hate running Maindeck Color Hosers. Please just don't wasteland me. Oh, man. I think we lose now. I think we had a chance if they didn't have a wasteland there, but that's the next best thing. Alright, let's go get another Reclaimer. Gotta try and make some headway this turn. Somebody was saying that Tabernacle is actually kind of expensive on Moto even now. Like, obviously not like paper tabby, but let's find out right now. Yeah, I bet it's Murktide this turn. I wonder which Tabernacle I'm questioning the price of. What about the Tabernacle? 20 ticks. Ooh. If we bog here, we could still die next turn. They're gonna play the Brazen Borrower. I feel like we should bog though. Play Cloudpost. Maybe force them to attack. I can't block at that point then. Probably just shouldn't give them the opportunity to possibly cast the Murktide. If they do have it. This is such a low life total to work with though. I don't know if I can... I'm trying to see if we can avoid having to get Chasm. That's what I would like to do. But I don't know if that's really a reasonable option. Maybe we just say, like, fine if the Murktide happens, and then just... Like, we still have the ability to get Chasm after that, even. Yeah, I feel like Bog should probably be our land from the Reclaimer this next go around. So I'm just gonna play Cloudpost. We might try to bolt this way, but let's see. Let's make them play the borrower out at least. Watch you draft the Primer. I'd be fine with that. I'll definitely write something in time. Yeah, let's just get Chasm. It's not what I wanted to do, but it makes sense too. Especially right now. They save ourselves 9 damage. No Wasteland currently. Just fine. Hope we can dodge another Wasteland. They see a lot of cards though. And the recurring theme today just seems to be like, if we find our land, we'll probably be okay. But we'll probably lose if we don't. What do you guys think of Dragon's Rage Chandler? Is this card too broken? I don't know. I played a little bit of like the Doomsday Tempo that had this card with like a red splash. And like, it's kind of fun to play with, but like, maybe it is too powerful for a 1-drop. It's definitely like power crept beyond like beyond the way it used to be ever. But like compared to like Nimble Mongoose, where it's like a 3/3 much sooner with 4 cards instead of 7 cards. Also has Invasion. Yeah, dies to Volt. Screw it. I mean, at least it's a red card that's threatening. At least red, like, for a brief moment, reclaimed its title of, like, best early game threats. Especially with, like, Monkey. Yeah, I kind of feel the same about Murktide, also. I like that it's just only attacking for damage, if nothing else. But even that, it might just be too powerful still. Yeah, the Doomsday Temple list I was playing, it had Darcy and Murktide, which is probably standard. But I feel like Murktide was pretty fun, at least. And Murktide was just like, or Darcy was fun to play as. Murktide was kind of like stupid and boring, like powerful. Like the worst kind of broken. Speaking as a person that just only plays things for fun. Don't really want to get rid of any of these lands right here, so might as well just crack this map at this point. Probably get Glimmerpost, I think. Also go get like Yavimaya. And maybe fire off the Green Sun for an Endurance. And then we could also hold up a Reclaimer activation for Cavern to get the prime time down next turn. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, it was very pushed. It's getting pretty obvious that they want people to play the new powerful cards. I'm okay with it somewhat to an extent. Like, as a long-term Legacy player, I don't hate the change. I think some changes is good. Yeah, let's like try and bait with this. Endurance kind of will safeguard us at least. Somewhat. And do not. Alright. I don't know, I'm a little bit nervous. We're gonna have to expose ourselves to Bolt or get rid of a good land. But maybe, yeah. I can see why people like hate it though too. Like I'm enjoying the games themselves, but I feel like some of the choices of deck building is being like kind of streamlined more than like what makes it fun for people. Like personally, from a little bit of Modern I played recently, I don't know, I don't enjoy Modern all that much. Not really feeling the games in that format. And I think it's because of like the free spells they made in like the Modern Horizon sets. Like I just kind of liked how in the past in Modern, if the opponent was tapped out, like you knew they couldn't do anything. That's just my personal opinion. And it kind of just felt like it was more of like a legacy light in Modern, which I would want like the formats to be as different as possible, honestly. But yeah, that's that. I don't want to die to a bolt here, so I'm going to. I think we're going to do a chasm reset. We're going to get a stage and then do the thingy next turn. Have they, I should just read that, the Pro Tour announcement between the next round. Does it explain what... Like, I'm guessing it doesn't give, like, exact times and, like, where the tournaments are happening. But did they say, like, if it's going to be, like, modern? Because I honestly have no idea what, like, Wizards might choose to do. Regional round. Okay, yeah, I'm going to read this afterwards. Get up to date on that. Let's get a Glimmerpost here. Let's Vesuva, Glimmer. Just looking to activate Reclaimer a bit more for a couple turns here. Hope they don't draw Wasteland, but even if they do now, we're a little bit insulated. A little bit. Regional Pioneer. Oh, man, there's never going to be like a sanctioned Legacy Grand Prix, I feel like, ever again. It makes me sad. Like, that was my like last like personal professional goal in Magic, in professional Magic, to like try and top 8 a Legacy Grand Prix. My white whale, if you will. But I can't see them doing it. I think people are just too priced out of the format for them to bother. Also, man, stop finding your wastelands. Let's see if we're dead here. Might be. Yeah, they have double bolts. I can't believe we lost to the best deck in the format. I think I feel like if they want to put a mix of formats, they would consider modern though, right? I feel like Wizards should push some sort of like eternal format, like some kind of something to keep people invested for the long term. It seems really unwise business wise for them to do that. I don't know, this like game has always been about longevity in like one way or another. Like I feel like it's not like a good like esports game that they want it to be. Like it'll never be like that kind of game. Like the strength of like Magic is that like it retains players that really enjoy it. And like that goes for a lot of people maybe it was like competitive play or like collecting cards or like the art, like lots of different reasons. I'm just like rambling now. So where is it going with this? Yeah, the Pro Tour. Like the Pro Tour just seems like such an easy thing to like maintain for like a good payoff that they don't choose to do. Okay, I just want to read the announcement after this. I will be informed, and then basically everybody that cares should ask them to do more Legacy Grand Prix again, because those were really fun. I was playing and traveling to those too when like this deck was like at its worst. And, like if there ever was a time to do well, it like would be right now. I went to GP Shizuoka and then GP Bologna the year after to play my shitty non-competitive Cloudpost brews. But the trip was like still like awesome. Yeah, I mean, they do like have to maintain people wanting to keep buying. Let's play Reclaimer here. Make a decision. I don't know. I feel like they could still maintain interest and keep people buying without having to like add something that one ups the previous thing. Like that's kind of where the longevity is saying is going as a discussion. I feel like if you have a good enough game, people will still come back and play it, even if like a set's not up to like the previous set's power level. And all right. I hate the reserve list as well, but I've just given up hope that that'll ever change. I think it's a very bad decision that doesn't really benefit anyone. Yeah, I'll just play Boseiju. Needle. I want to play around Wastelands as safe as possible here. I feel like if they were smart about it, like with reprints, like they can make everybody happy. Like your old cards wouldn't become worthless overnight. Like look at how expensive like a Beta Lightning Bolt is, for example. That's like a cliche example, but still. They could just like reprint like the dual ends like once every 10 years. Just don't like deny any hope of ever getting like playing a dual land in paper ever again. Like, it's just a card game. Prime time 2, I think. Yeah, I'll take that. That was a bad once upon a time. Where's I going with this? Yeah, like it seems like in Legacy, they'll just always keep the lands and most of the spells. The old ones will always just be the best. And I guess like the power creep is happening more so through the creatures and definitely planeswalkers. I don't know, I feel like it doesn't invalidate other strategies entirely though. TCG affiliate. I would be down for it. I should ask for one of the rental services if they'll sponsor me. Doesn't hurt to ask, I guess. But yeah, I want to play Legacy in person again, competitively. And I don't think it's gonna happen. I feel like as a long-term customer, like Wizards should care about me. Even if I don't give them direct income immediately, which is, I know, like, their reasoning. Like, I could, like, help them business-wise long-term still. If I ever told you to never be afraid of days, I may have said that once or twice. I think I have most of Amulet Titan built in paper already, which is a nice thing about that, at least. Let's get... What if they price of progress us, and we have 10 non-basics? Do we die? Probably. I don't know if I can afford to get that, but... my attention span has been mostly towards chat this game. Apologies, everyone. I wish I knew if they, like, had kept on top, or if they knew. Have they been missing land drops? I don't really want to look it up, though. They have sorcery, creature, land. We definitely die if they do have land plus price. It might be worth just getting, like, Tabby Eye here. If we survive that one turn, I think we're good. I guess we could also just play to this prime time in hand, too. Now let's play to the second prime time. Let's do that. Let's get Cavern and Chasm. Because we have a lot of life to work with. And then next turn, the second prime time, we'll go get Tabernacle Eye. Oh yeah, I do have the Sagas as well. I think that I bought them. They were like $20 in paper each. I wouldn't be surprised if they're, like, really expensive now. Do you think Urza Saga, the card, is it reasonable for Modern? Like, it's not too broken for that format? Like, it was definitely a game changer in that format. It's big in Legacy, so... Just seeing, like, good players, like, play something like Amulet Titan, it seems pretty nuts. I would like to be one of those Amulet players, if possible. Unholy Heat. Alright, they've definitely been missing their land drops. So, a Tabernacle here would be somewhat disruptive of them. Definitely going to get that, like I was saying. Me having a second prime time is, like, the most obvious, the telegraph thing. Getting Cavern last turn. Tabby Eye. I feel like how much mana they have untapped going into the start of our turn will help us determine what we want to risk, like whether we keep Chasm around or not. I think they meant to pay for the Murktide and pay for the Darcy instead. Like, anytime we could safely not get priced, I think we can probably just gain enough life and pull ourselves out of range. At least from, like, a single price. And it's probably going to be a risk worth taking if you do that. Submerge. Not going to get rid of Chasm next turn. Prime time. Oh, that's a good play. That's a very good surgical. And I really hope we draw a land next turn. That will make a lot of things very clear. They didn't have price. Let me see what they do with this Ponder. I mean, might as well keep it around at least one more turn, because they have 4 power on board anyway. They didn't shuffle. Scary. Oh, excellent. Great draw. Okay. Oh, it's okay. I would have preferred another Locust land. But can't win them all. No, it's actually fine. It was close to being in between that amount of mana where we didn't quite have enough to make it a Cloudpost, but we actually do. And I'd rather just search with Eye with our mana this turn instead of doing anything else. Since they only are going to have 1 card in hand, I feel like we might want to try and make the most of this Green Sun the best we can. Which, without Prime Time, it's not really the same. But we can, like, guarantee something with it at least. Let's do the obvious. I'm leaning towards not getting rid of Chasm next turn. I think it's the safest thing. I think we're going to Ulamog 2 lands, and then we can also green some for a Reclaimer, and kind of have more leeway to work with. No, we're not. My original intuition was correct. We did not have enough mana. That's fine, though. It's not a good sign, but I can't do, like, simple math like that. Like, we'll be fine still, but... yeah, that was dumb. We have, like, 3 more turns with an extra Chasm if we want it anyway. Another good draw. 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Yeah, let's just try and get a Reclaimer this turn. See what happens. Like, we could definitely just die to a price if they have it and the ability to cast it. But we'll see if they actually have the mana to do so, or the cards in hand. Like, this game seems pretty unlosable, honestly, at this point. It's just like how safe we need to be. Okay, we should be good. Can we Emrakul at this point? I think so. Just not miscount that. Let me not screw that up at least. Can we get rid of this chasm as well? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, we can. Just enough. 100%. And keep Reclaimer around. I thought about it for like 5 seconds, so don't worry, we're good. And if you're a combo player that's watching this, I know how much you love certainty. Like when you know something is like gonna be that definitely comes up with this deck. It's just like so nice knowing they can't like do a particular thing. Definitely share that with the Ant players and Test players and other people who get scared of things. Them not having 2 mana there is like such a blessing. And if you're playing against this deck, like you can definitely be cerebral against it. This hand's kind of risky. I don't think I can turn it down, but we're gonna try this. They kept 7. Reclaimer's not likely to live, but I like the Plentiful Lands. I like that Cavern with the Prime Time, potentially. A decent amount of life gain as well. Really just need a Cloudpost at this point. That's good. Yeah, let's just play this. The one I got distracted at the last game. Distracted playing the main event. Yeah, Eye of the Titan's so funky. I really like it a ton. Like, it's like something else. Like, deck is a trick to play. It's weird how like your lands just don't stick around and play. It's just like so obscure of a thing. I feel like it has a lot of the same kind of, like in a way, it has a lot of things similar to Cloudpost. It's like sequencing lands between spells and kind of risk versus reward assessments and all. What happened with this Ponder? Let me see. No shuffle. Yeah, I like following up one Reclaimer with a second one here. Sometimes they'll be out of bolts. It's not terrible. Well, if they Murktide, it's pretty bad. I'm okay with this. I still have a lot of good draws, potentially. Where are you, Carpet of Flowers? Call upon you. I hope this resolves at least. God damn it. Force Fetching Force. I need a Cloudpost or a Carpet, like ASAP. What's this? I think Carpet would be our best draw. Oh, maybe not. It's still like a turn short. Even an Endurance would be a good draw at this point. Alright. Let's fire this off. I think I'm going to play Glimmerpost, but I hope you find like a Reclaimer. Okay. Yeah, I think we want to go to 13. We live against Bolt at least. We died to Price, but can't really play around that now. Yeah, let's take Reclaimer. That means this will happen. We'll be at low life, but we can at least play with it. If I had one more mana at the time, I would have liked that Endurance, but... They have some sort of burn spell. Not just Drew. Bolt. I'm Reclaimer. Need Endurance, Carpet, Crop Rot, Map. Those would keep us alive at least. I'm not sure if they're winning though. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna let them attack in first. We'll say Giant. Yeah, let's get them to their attack phase first before they can fill their graveyard further. Don't counter this, please. Okay. Yes, that does it. Gets prime time down at least. Alright. I want Tabernacle, Glimmer, I think. Or is it just better to get Glimmers? No, they would have priced us by now if they had it. Go to 5. Alright, I'm going to hold back to block. Let's get Tabby Glimmer. I think they're gonna try and draw into price, maybe. I don't know. I was doing like a fist shake thing. And that's critical. Alright. That was a good turn to make it out alive of. Okay. Yeah, that can happen. Force negation. Okay. I think we can get a Cloudpost Glimmer here, right? Go to 10. Okay. Thanks, opponent. Appreciate it. Man, I wonder if maybe they just didn't have price. Maybe not all of the Delver players are not carbon copies of each other. Maybe there's free-thinking Delver players out there. You just don't know. How's it going, Fox? We're 3-2. The Scourge is not quite the Scourge I'd like it to be today. But it's been fun. And some challenging games. Eldrazi Stompy beat us. I was hoping they picked up their first loss. I think it'd be pretty sweet if they'd like taken down that tournament, because I hadn't seen Stompy in a while. And Green White Depths was our second loss. And beat 2 Delvers, and Elves was the first round. Yeah, so 5 rounds in, there's been 2 Delvers. I thought there'd be 5 Delver matchups out of 9 rounds today. And some people were predicting 6. And both of those are like still possible here. But if it's 6, like, that means we're just going to play Delver from here on out. Which, I don't hate the matchup, but just for the sake of entertainment and like better games, like I hope we don't play it that much. I don't know, I bet there's a lot of Delver in this upper region of the tournament. Oh, we have pretty good standings. If we win out from here, we might be able to squeak in the top 8. What if Bryant Cook was on Delver? I know he won like with Delver in the Oko days at one point. Be pretty sad though. One of these days, I'm gonna just play a challenge on my own, not streaming, and you'll see like, oh, into play, they like top 8'd it, and then it'll turn out like I was on Delver. I think that's one of my goals in Magic. And just not mention it ever at any point. But just like see if anyone notices. Disappoint people. Oh man, I wanted to read that Pro Tour announcement. Know what's going on with that. Let's try this. I'm probably going to start with stage into map. Not expose the green. If this is Delver, then the Bog is fine. In that case, let's play Needle. Force this fetch at least. Hopefully they're not Seek and Show. But any reasonable person would expect Delver at this point. Oh, white. That's surprising. Did not expect that. In that case, I think I just want to play Bog and pass. I don't want this stuff to get endinged. I mostly just don't want the maps to be endinged, is the main thing. Teferi, Narset, maybe. God. Maybe I should have played the map out last turn. Swords. Man, now I regret not playing the map. Can't change that now. I think we just want to prioritize trying to get both of these maps in play this turn. In case we lose our hand. I'd really have that sticking around. I guess like just ending one anyway now, but or iteration. Yeah. They've only looked at like the top 15 cards of their library this turn. And they probably wouldn't run ending, right? Maybe we'll be fine. Basic Mountain, man. Is this just like Jeskai, like Miracles? Probably. Aw. Map down. Yeah, let's just get a Cloudpost. Would have liked to have that one extra map. That's how it goes. If they Days Undoing, I'll just take a Hail Mary crop rotation. Have it countered and then probably scoop. Yes. We get to have our hand for one more turn. That's pretty nice. And Lightning Bolt they showed us is kind of weird though. It's the confusing thing to me. Yes, good draw. Just so I was hoping for land more than anything. Yeah, let's just build a bunch of mana this turn, and then hopefully we can just fire everything next turn. The only other option I would consider would be like searching up a Reclaimer at this point. And then just making at least one stage into a Cloudpost, which would just give our board a little bit more substance to it. But we know about the swords as well, so yeah, it's not gonna... Let's just make as much mana as possible. Come on, no, don't do it. Yes. Can't help but feel like we've gotten a little bit lucky dodging a Days Undoing in the first half of their deck. Maybe there's just like a single copy. I don't know. But next turn will be a good example of being rewarded for patience. Finally get to start having some fun. Yeah, I hate the draw 7 decks. Really fucking annoying. Alright. I think I just want to fire as many spells, meaningful spells as possible off this turn. And prioritize like leaving crop rotation to the end, most likely. We have 11 mana to work with. So I don't think we need to use the crop rotation to try and bait for Cavern. Maybe we could, but like we could also just plan to fire off like this prime time and then just go get like Eye of Ugin with the crop rod if it does happen next turn. Which I probably would just prefer to do anyway. 11 mana. I guess there's just not much, all that meaningful stuff to do, really. I mean, should fire off at least one big thing this turn. You can also just fire the crop rot just to like throw a cheap spell at them and open the way up a little bit, but it's probably not worth doing. And also, like, my green mana is kind of constrained already a bit anyway. I could, even if our crop rotation does get countered, we could plan to attempt a green sun for Excavator and also get our land drop this turn, which wouldn't be the worst. And if that happens, yeah, let's like lead with the crop rotation, as weird as that seems. I expect this to get countered. I don't know. This might have been a poor idea. Force negation, pitching to Fury. Alright, now I think I want to attempt... Let's try a green set for 3. Just to make the land drop at least. It's gonna suck if this gets countered, but not the worst either. Needs to get some land. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have crop rotted the Yavimaya itself. That way we'd have another untapped mana. Yeah, that probably would have been better. Alright. I'll just play the Reclaimer out. I think it was dumb to crop rot when I did. I'm gonna lose our hand now. Not gonna lie, I was thinking of playing a Days Undoing deck myself. Probably the more combo like Echo of Eons list, not so much a control one. Like sometimes I feel like trolling people though. Mentor. Alright, round 2. Firing everything off. Let's use this to start. This is a good lead, I think. Maybe. Yes it was. I planned that. Ten. I just want to fire to slam the prime time at this point. More than, yeah, let's do that. Is that the best? Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, we're still a mana short. So we only get like one good spell really this turn. Alright. Just hope they're out of counters. This just needs to happen. Man. Oh, don't hesitate. Fuck. Thanks to you, Raj. Appreciate the support for my sometimes bad lines. Let's just get a Reclaimer this turn. I think we're going to lose our hand next turn. I wish I would just run out of counter spells, but they never really do. It just could have been a little bit better. I would have preferred to just sack the Yavimaya itself if I could take it all back. I think that 1 mana would have been a pretty big difference maker. Alright. Yes, we finally get some good stuff now. Yes. Well, I guess I could force a negation. They're gonna have force a negation, right? They're gonna do that now. Thank God. Let's get Eye of Ugin for sure. We'll have the 20 mana next turn with this Glimmerpost in hand, so we don't need to get a Cloudpost. So I think just another Glimmerpost is probably going to be the best here. If they're able to answer Reclaimer, I could be a coward and go get Chasm. But I don't think I can need to do that. Plus I'm not a coward. Means I can't relax enough 6, but it's okay. Just happy my thing resolved. Tropical Islands. Don't understand. Let's get Karakas here, I think. It's a spicy, whoever we're up against. I have no idea, though. Narset. Do you guys think black is the weakest color currently in the format? I think that's a general opinion, but like... I ask that just because it's the only color I don't see on their side. No reason to run Abrupt Decay anymore, I guess. I bet they'll probably have... They might have Ruination, which will be awful. They showed a lot of dual lands, but they could still have like Blood Moon, back to basics. Let's definitely bring in all the carpets and maybe like some of the Force of Vigors. Maybe not all. I would guess they're probably like a Jeskai Miracles, if anything. That kind of a deck. Alright, I don't think we need this much Graveyard Recursion. Could cut Kozilek, but... Or maybe a Force of Vigor. Yeah, let's do it like that. I guess I'll just be an adult and have 60. It's a competitive event, so... In the competitive spirit, I guess I'll just side down to 60. That's a good draw. Alright, I don't think there's Blood to... I don't think Blood Moon or Back to Basics are going to be a thing. It's at least nice to know that. I don't know about our hand, though. Might not be a thing next turn. Let's not crack this map just yet. I think its best spot right now is just being in play. Like, ideally, I want to get it a Cavern with it next turn and get a prime time down. We have no way to get prime time out this next turn yet, so we'll just play a basic. I'm just going to say it's a Fury with this Needle, if it happens. Yeah, I've been like struggling somewhat recently against these draw 7 control decks. I feel like the games I do manage to win are ones kind of like how we're set up now, where we at least have some more substance on the board in case we do lose our hand. Mostly maps. Like if we do lose our hand, I'll probably just search up Eye of Ugin on our own turn and play that as the land for turn. And we can maybe still pull it out from there. Yeah. Yeah, you just need to have Eye already out in play. Just not always the easiest thing to do. Yes. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get Cavern now. Oh, they can't even dress down now. Another thing they could possibly do before. And then we'll just get Eye of Ugin and Cloudpost off of the prime time. Man, Cavern is so old school for this deck, but like just doing what we did right now against a blue deck, control deck, it's just like always been the same great feeling. I wonder how many forces are in their hands. Giant. They still might have like Ruination, so shouldn't be too happy just yet. It's be a pain in the ass, but also not impossible. That's true, yeah. I'd be fine, actually, if they did Ruination. I'm fine starting from scratch. Jace. Makes me sad that people learned about Ruination now. I was hoping they would just stick to From the Ashes forever. People wised up. Another prime time. What Burning Wish deck would you have that in? Just double Cloudpost. Yeah, certainly. Give us 7 mana. Man, that seems spicy. Stand still with like a wish. How competitive is this deck? Not talking shit. I mean, I play Cloudpost. I just like haven't seen Dreadnought together with Burning Wish. Man. They might have like Dread what was I saying? Dress down here. That like is a possibility. They could answer Emrakul possibly, but I'm gonna make them have it. Make them have the thing. Play my lands. I guess I could just Force of Vigor the dress down if they did have the worst possible thing. Oh, I missed lethal. Derp. Oh well. That's the first mistake I made today. The only one. I don't think it'll matter. I would have hit Narset and the Angel token. I could just try and win right now with the Force. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's just go for it. No, I guess they'll survive with 1 permanent. It's not deterministic if this happens. I have to read Path of Metal. That's one I don't know. Snapcaster. For Brainstorm. Okay. I tapped my mana poorly as well. Let me do everything I possibly can to give away a victory. Jace. Stress down? If they have dress down swords, that would be insane. I would accept my loss at that point. Let's declare attackers. That card had so much text. To be honest, I saw how much text it had and just didn't read it. Legendary land. Ooh, enchantment. Oh, it's probably like the Search for Azcanta cycle, I think. That's what that card reminds me of. You get an enchantment that flips to a land. 1 damage to each creature. Gotcha. That's a lot of text. I guess, like, yeah, there's a lot of flying in the formats, so. Oh. Man, I like that matchup. That was a good matchup. I needed that after some difficult ones. That was really spicy, though. I don't really know what they were up to entirely. Yeah, I want to find this Pro Tour announcement that got. I heard of the thing that got announced, but I want to read the details. If anybody has a link to it directly. I should read the official announcement, but do the Cliff Notes one. I feel like they could support in-person play and like digitally together. I think that if they were smart, like they could like use the card game itself and in-person play to build their like digital game. I feel like they should like support like what we're doing right now, like playing Legacy on Moto. If they don't want to like reprint reserve list cards because it's some like unwritten rule, at least like encourage people to like learn about the older formats. Oh, Sakura Tribe Builder. Yeah. Four levels. The world champion. So it's like PTQs. I don't know how this level stacks up. Maybe it explains it. These are the tournament organizers for each like region, imagine. I'll just find the. This is like the first article that came up, and I said Pro Tour coming back, and didn't even go to like the official website. This looks kind of official. So like a nobody like me could like get started through this, and this is basically like a PTQ, I think. This is not very. Alright, I'll just stop talking. Here, you can just read it with me. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but It's not grade school. DreamHack. I've never heard of them. I'm glad somebody's like hosting them, but get a cool looking Nykthos. Some pretty choice bragging rights with the regional championships. I would definitely make it known to all my friends that I did well at a regional championship if I ever were to do so. Imagine getting to call yourself the European or South American champion. Does it list like the regions even? Is it? Want more details? Wait, is that a rumor? I haven't heard that, but that'd be sweet if it did. I know like their Card Kingdom is into the older formats, and like Phoenix wouldn't be the worst place to like have a business like that. Just we have a pretty good community out here. But like I never heard that though. We already have like 3 pretty good stores to play at here. So they definitely would have like competition, but as far as like legacy goes, we would definitely support them. Oh, they didn't explain much. And I know they wouldn't have legacy near any of these top levels, if any at all. So, yeah. I don't know. I like that they're doing this. I like that they're bringing some like form of organized play back, for sure. For like a player like me that's like, I'm definitely not like a pro player. But I'm also like not a casual. Like I'm definitely playing to win. I really like just having like a Grand Prix or 2 within the country to like go to like every year. I thought that was just like a good thing to like plan a trip around. And like not knowing anything about like how they're organized or the expenses of like hosting a tournament, I feel like they could probably figure out a way to have like one big legacy event a year. But it's probably just not in Wizards like business interest to like sanction a big legacy tournament. Like it's probably just not worth it money wise for them, knowing that like I think they just want people to not have interest in the format, honestly. Which it makes sense, but it's kind of a mistake to me. A spike. I'm definitely not a Tibby. I do not play Cloudpost for the big creatures. But yeah, I'm quietly a spike. I feel like people write me off at times because I play Cloudpost, but maybe they don't realize like I'm playing to win. They don't see that. They don't try and understand. If I was starting from scratch and my sole goal was to like win as much as possible, I probably would play a different deck. I probably would just play Delver. But like, given where I'm at now with my own experience, like it makes sense to play this. And like winning and having fun like definitely goes hand in hand. I feel like if you're enjoying yourself, you'll win more. And it's fun to win, so you'll enjoy more if you win. Yeah, that's my MO. Have fun playing a game. Because it's just a game. I don't know, $500,000 in prizes, though. Maybe they'll finally start, like, rewarding some good cash prizes. Nah. Oh, do you have to set up those, like, commands in the chat? Because I should definitely do some of those. Need to think of some. I should write some of these things down. Let's make a notepad. What are people gonna comment? Like Tron, Legacy Tron. I think that's something people would command. I don't know. I should just ask like the Hackbert. He knows this stuff. Maybe it's just like built into MTG bot. Maybe. I also didn't know that there's a new like set coming out in like a month, which seems crazy to me because I feel like Kamigawa like just came out. It's gonna arrive here tomorrow. It was a day late, but I was lazy for too long. Just too long, slightly. But yeah, you'll get to see me next week, I promise. Won't put like creepy giant creatures there. Man, what should we... I don't want to like jinx it, but if we top 8, let's put Emrakul in the picture for the top 8 at least. If you keep playing Delvers, you might make it. I think it comes out... Let's look at the spoilers so far. Supposedly there's some controversy how this set like references drugs or something, or addictions. It sounded ridiculous from the description my friends were giving it. I guess the new Triumphs are going to be in the set. And look at the cool Grixis colors. They get to have a lounge. Xander's Lounge. Forget that these kind of lands exist. I don't see them very often in Legacy. It's the war on drugs that's a problem, not the drugs themselves. I wish Wizards could speak through that message through their cards. But they wouldn't touch it. Yeah, I didn't realize. It was one of the days I missed, didn't read Twitter for many days. Yeah, there's like some other article detailing it. I'll read it. I'll pull it up. It was pretty funny. Well, MTG drugs take me there. Halo, not a drug. A substance in the streets of New Capeda. I don't see what the problem with like talking about something like this existing in a storyline is. Like, that's something that happens. A ring-shaped plane with aliens. Yeah. In response to negative feedback on Twitter and Reddit. Twitter and Reddit never have negative things. That's surprising. Their own version of Halo in the form of rock candy or fruity punch. It's stuff you eat. I don't think I'd want to eat something that came from Wizards. Like, they can't print cardboard properly, so... Don't think I'd want to put something from them in my body. It's pretty funny, though, that this is, like, their promotional thing. I bet you in the game, Halo will be, like, another, like, treasure token. I bet it'll be, like, a Lotus Petal. That you just sell, I guess. Fake drugs. Yeah, it seems like an Onion article or something. Just, like, seems not real. It's magic-enhancing qualities. Alcohol glasses. Oh, is that part of their, like, official announcement? Man. Oh, I see. Do not serve in comedy associated with alcohol. Just practice things in moderation. the US is very Puritan about this kind of stuff, especially alcohol. It's kind of ridiculous. That'd be funny if like every year they'd like touch on something like really, really sensitive. Surprised they would like even go this direction. It'd be really funny though. Stem cells, like, can't even imagine. Maybe they should make, I don't know, they should bring back like Invoke Prejudice as like a functional reprint. Because I think it's kind of crazy that they actually banned cards. Like honestly, that's like more crazy and worse than making the Walking Dead or whatever they did. They like pretend it just didn't even exist. They removed it from like their gatherer. Which like that card makes sense to remove, I guess, but not like Crusade and Jihad. Like there's nothing wrong with like having a the concept mentioned on the card. It's just my take on it. Yeah, that would make sense for sure. Like maybe just make it a different art though, at least. Yeah, supposedly that artist is like a white supremacist person. So it's kind of sad because he had a lot of good art. But like, yeah, it's pretty much like the most obvious art at least. But yeah, like that one kind of makes sense. But like, I feel like you shouldn't just pretend it doesn't exist ever though. Like just embrace the history, you know? Like learn from it. Reprint another version that is computer generated and doesn't show a clansman. Crusades were a thing that happened. Jihad, I think it's a concept. I don't really know about that, but I don't think you should like hide from that, you know? I should go to this pre-release and just pick up like the package candy. Just sell it like in a couple years when it's valuable. Straight from my local store when they gave out Halo. Oh yeah, Stone Throwing Devils. Yeah, let me see the cards. There were like 6 of them. Racist cards. That'll probably take me there. I liked how it was an enchantment that gave you 4 blue devotion. Like that was the only thing that was like kind of intriguing about it. Like, not that the suggestion or like the idea or this racist bastard is like cool at all, but like it's funny how flavor wise, like it makes sense. Other colored creatures. It's a dark stain on the history of Magic now, I guess. For those who dare speak it. Yeah, I'm sure it would not like fit the bar for a legacy deck competitively. But yeah, that's a lot of devotion. The only other 4 blue card I can think about is that skeleton thing that was in the Dungeons and Dragons set. You know what I'm talking about. It has a picture of like a skull. Cleanse? Why would they ban this? You could kind of see that. Kinda. Imprison. We are currently 4-2, I believe. Yeah. 3 more rounds. I'll finish it out today for those who want to park yourselves wherever you're sitting. Just be guaranteed some Cloudpost. It's been some fun games. Some Thinker. Some challenging ones. Where's it going with this? Yeah. I'm of the political opinion that you shouldn't try and like hide from history. Try and learn from it. It's totally cool if you think differently. And you can like always like talk about whatever you want in my stream. But yeah. That's just my opinion. Wizards probably like really would like the Chinese Communist Party. Both erasing history and changing things up. We can maybe squeak into the top 8. Maybe. Probably not, though. I feel like before the last round that we lost, it seemed like we were in a decent place in the standings, but I don't think we can top 8 at all now. But we'll play it out still. I'm going to finish strong. It's the Vantage Showcase event. Let's make my presence in this event known. I top 32'd the vintage one yesterday, which is kind of nice. Probably will stream the next vintage showcase playing this. It's a wonky looking deck, but it's good enough for vintage in my opinion. Probably not the best deck in that format, but nobody truly understands vintage other than I am actually level 1. It's fun, like, kind of just going headfirst into, like, a format that you don't really know anything about. And as long as, like, you kind of enjoy your own deck, I find enjoyment in that, at least. So, yeah, that'll be fun. If there's a good Pioneer deck, I kind of just want to try something in Pioneer. Just go headfirst into a league of that format and just see what happens. I don't really know what I'd play in Pioneer, though. Does anybody have any good recommendations for that format? Is that Green Devotion deck still a thing? It's not my type of ramp, but it is green and it does have big mana. I could probably figure it out. Yeah, there's like a mono green list that utilized like Nykthos. And it had like Karns, it had like Nisses that Shake the World, and I don't even remember what the other Planeswalker was. But yeah, I had it built for the Grand Prix that came to Phoenix when it was a Pioneer one. But I didn't even realize like I couldn't play in it that day anyway. But I do have the older, outdated mono green devotion list built in paper randomly. I don't even see it here in this list of decks. So I assume it's probably not a good deck. Legacy, draft limited. My friends like kind of enticed me to start building my own cube. I kind of want to just copy the vintage cube. Well, that's kind of boring and lame. I like that cube a lot. I don't think I could like balance my own as well as theirs is. But yeah, for me, I want to get better at Modern. I feel like if there are big events in a constructed format, like there'll probably be a lot of Modern ones. So I'd like to have something that's like I understand reasonably for that format. That's why I've been starting with Amulet Titan. Not going to play it this stream, but yeah, mark my words. If I ever do well in Modern, it'll probably be with Amulet Titan. I should just play it out, show you how shitty I am. So once my greatness is known, you can go like, oh, look. See, anything can happen. Into play. Look how much he sucked at this deck, and now he's great. Do you have your own list, Fox? Your own cube? I'm a fan of Gifts, Upheaval, and Eternal Witness. Those are all good cards. Especially Upheaval. If there's ever a Legacy deck that comes out that really utilizes Upheaval a lot, I'll take a break from Cloudpost and play the Upheaval deck. That'd be sweet. Man, there was like a Amulet Titan. It was probably just a meme list in Modern, but there was one that had like upheavals in it at one point. I assume it was just like a flash in the pan list. But man, that was pretty enticing. One person, one time trophied with it, so maybe it's legit. If you have a pretty large collection of cards, I feel like building a cube's not like a bad way to kind of enjoy your collection and put it to some like kind of use. I feel like whatever my cube would be, I'd already have like a pretty good start. But yeah, I just trying to make it balanced and fun and appealing to other people. And it seems like a different kind of endeavor, like a deck building, but like exponentially more difficult than deck building itself. Upheaval in Modern. We're top 64, so we can definitely get top 32 if we win out. Maybe top 16 even. And now people were convincing me to just start playing Amulet. Like, it just seems like I can't wrap my head around it yet, but like it just seems so weird. I like it a lot, just really odd. I was wondering if Trinket Mage was ever played in one of these decks. But like a lot of matches, you probably just try and not lean on Amulet of Vigor if you don't have to. Like, it's not really entirely dependent on that card at all. Nice. That seems like a good idea, the one. It's given like how like some really good players I know play it really well. And like I don't see what would be banned other than maybe like Urza's Saga at any point. Which is probably fine in Modern. And like the deck in itself like gives you a lot to think about, which I think is important. I want some depth to the strategy of the decks I play. Not a fan of things that are like too linear. Yeah, the Pioneer, I was somewhat interested when like the Inverter deck was a thing. Like at least it was like a combo with colors that I kind of liked, but I feel like that format hasn't found like its identity. At least just my observation of it. I don't know what I don't think they figured out what they want the format to be like just yet. Apparently not combos. Yeah, I was kind of sad too. But I also didn't really care that much. They should just bring back Legacy GPs. My wish list is just bring back Legacy Grand Prix and remove the reserve list. Anything else could happen in Magic and I'd be fine still. But I don't really expect either of those things to ever happen. Man, how do kids learn about like the card Dark Ritual nowadays? Because I wouldn't think that card's played in Commander. Like, new players need to know about these older cards, you know? All these best cards in Magic. Lotus Field. Is this for Legacy? I'd be down. Okay, wasn't there a Lotus Field combo deck in Pioneer at one point? It looks kind of cool, but I don't know if that land setup is quite as broken as I'd want it to be. The 1-mana 12/12. I was messing around with like a Mosswort Bridge blue-green list with that. And it kind of just made me want to play like a more legitimate version. Maybe just like mono blue. Between like Dress Down and the Mosswort thing is kind of dumb. Oh, is this A-cast? Looks like it. Oh, let's play. Yeah, there was Chalice last turn, so this is like a Kappa Cannoneer, pretty likely. And this is like one of the decks I was kind of hoping we'd play against more of today. I feel like our hand is pretty well set up to beat it this game, too. Mostly because of this land on the left. We'll probably have to bring Chasm, play it out the next turn. Probably next turn, exactly. So let's play something that we want to get rid of. I don't know, how much damage could it actually do to us? It might be worthwhile just doing it right now, to be honest. I want the stage to stick around for sure. Because definitely... Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna save myself the 7 life and just play the Chasm here. It appears cowardly, but it's actually quite tactical. Like, we have the ability to eventually green sun for prime time pretty safely, I feel like. We should maybe just fire the crop rod off as soon as we can, just to... Yeah, I might have fucked up playing this Chasm, to be honest. Like, the only potential flaw in this plan is if something important gets countered later. But if we draw a Cloudpost, we can at least keep this map and save it for Eye eventually. And I think we'll be good then. We do have like 10 turns to live. Don't quote me on that, but in that ballpark. Don't you think Prismatic Vista kind of... I feel like Mono Blue, in theory, it should be fine. Just because, like, you have... Not that there's any problem with playing the other fetch lands with a mono deck anyway, those blue in the past, but... I don't get how, like, Prismatic Vista killed that deck. But, like, it does kind of seem like a waste to just not splash at least, like, one other color, though. Like, it almost seems, like, too free to not just do that. Do I think Green-White Depths is a better version? No, not at all. It's just different decks entirely. I mean, that deck puts up better results for sure, but... And probably has more people like playing it seriously. think Depths is definitely a good deck, though. You can't go wrong if you play that deck. That gigantic turtle, the Blastoise. I don't think this crop rotation's gonna happen at all this game now. It's just too risky at this point to lose the land. Okay, that makes sense. Mono. Yeah, I would just have like the blast at least, at the very least. Oh, man. I kind of want to just go for this crop rotation right now with this forest that we drew. Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Damn. If that crop rot had happened, I think we would have easily won that game, this game. But now, I'll have to draw something. I have to work a little bit harder. I was kind of afraid of Chalice also. Seemed like we should, if we're gonna attempt that, let's get it out there. Alright. Let's try and get Reclaimer. Do this the hard way. If you're looking for like a competitive like metagame reason to play Cloudpost, like this is kind of the example of a matchup where you would want to play this deck. Because of this land. We have to answer that Emery. Because the Spell Bomb is gonna make this Reclaimer not happen. Either that or we have to clear the graveyard. Like, I don't think just getting a Bojuka Bog. Yeah, I don't hate that either. Oh, it's not bad. Just getting rid of the Spellbomb forever is not the worst, though. And it's not letting them search it up again off Saga. What do we know about? I kind of don't hate just getting a Bog here, and then on next turn's upkeep, resetting Chasm with a Vesuva via Reclaimer. Let's do that. I guess this goes poorly if they can bounce the Reclaimer, because then they can't reset Chasm. I'm just going to go for it. They have no cards in hand. And this game might go long, so just being done with the Spellbomb is not the worst thing at all. Just don't Otawara me, opponent. Oh god. They have Otawara. They have it. I can sense it. This is just Moto being complicated. Wait, it would be 1 mana, right? It costs 1 less for each legendary creature. Yeah. And assuming we get another turn, I think we... Another turn with Reclaimer at least. I'm probably just going to play the Tabernacle out. Like, their life total is pretty low as it is. And at some point, if we want to just hardcast this Endurance, we can get the original Chasm back in the deck. And just keep the Reclaimer thing going, hopefully. We need to not lose the Reclaimer this turn, specifically. Yeah, Thespian Chalice. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's make them take some damage. Or type them in at least. I don't think they would run a main deck Pithing Needle, but it's definitely possible. I think that'd be the main way we could lose it from here. Maybe I should start thinking about just playing another Reclaimer out, though. Like, they might get to a point where we're able to just swing with a couple of 3-power creatures and kill them. Even if the Blastoise gets to eat one of them. Yeah, we could. I feel like this Endurance will probably be better putting our Chasm back. Unless there's something, like, really concerning. We don't have to worry about Spell Bomb. That makes me happy. Okay. How many creatures can I have in play with my own Tabernacle and also be able to do as I want? That's what I'm thinking. Yes. If I can, I'd like to just play another Reclaimer out here. Oh, it's Chalice. Duh. Okay. I already said that earlier and still just forgot it a second time. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. It's not great. I think I'm gonna Reclaimer away Tabernacle at this point. I don't want to lose any of these other lands. Hey, thank you for the follow as well. Swag Gog. Our thousands of dollars land has answered their measly couple of dollar creatures. It's kind of a nice thought. Just do it now before they can possibly get like a needle. Yeah, we'll get a Glimmer. Well, we'll play a Glimmerpost at least next turn. So that'll put us at 5 at least. Alright, I just needed to see that they didn't have a Pithing Needle. I guess they could still Otawara, but... Yeah, I probably should have played the Glimmerpost out last turn, and not the stage. So I kind of didn't want to lose the Tabernacle. Another good reason to play this deck, depending on how you view the world. Some people find lack of control like very comforting. And even though you don't have the amazing power of something like Force of Will in this deck, you do have the luxury of just being able to F6 and know that you don't have to just sit back and let them just do all the work. There's nothing else you can do at this point. Yeah, we'll do the copy next turn. I think it's just better to hold the Glimmerpost at this point. Our mana just works out better to... I should fire the once off at least. Yeah, we could potentially go to 5. I guarantee that right now. Yeah, maybe it's just a little bit safer to Glimmerpost here. We've Once Upon a Time as well. I think we can. Yeah, we can also Once Upon a Time be 1 minute short, but still be able to do everything we want with playing the forest, though, too. Now, if they Otawara, then we'll just lose. Okay, let's just put Glimmerpost. Actually, yeah, this Glimmerpost is 100% right. I never should have doubted myself. That was the plan all along. I mean, like, I know some people, like, flying on an airplane, they find it, like, so terrifying. But, like, other people, like me, like, I sleep really well on the planes. Just, like, knowing, like, I don't know, like, if something bad's gonna happen, like, there's, like, literally nothing I could possibly do about it now. But, like, yeah, it's just, my other friends are, like, she, like, will cry, like, every time she gets on a plane. Like, so worried about things. And, like, it's not, like, comforting when I tell her, like don't worry. If we're gonna crash into a plane, if we crash here, like, there's nothing we could have done about it. There's no point in worrying. And that we stand, no, I wasn't, like, making a political statement or anything. Literally just, like, not having control over the situation. This Kappa Cannoneer is 30-30. If you could somehow have 2 Emrakuls and you gave it flying, and it could block both, it would kill both Emrakuls. So put that in perspective. Everybody else hates this stupid new turtle. But like this deck's probably the deck that has to least care about it. Just kind of nice. Oh, I believe it. The car ride is probably more dangerous. Especially with the way people drive out in Arizona. That is very dangerous out here. Some people are very poor drivers. Take another land. And then also use Reclaimer. And just get Eye of Ugin here. My fear is if they auto-aura right now, then we have to copy Chasm and not get another land out of it. But even then, we're still fine. If that happens, I'd just rather get Eye of Ugin. Maybe my flaw is I'm just like overly paranoid about things that shouldn't be. BFM. Get this. Get rid of this. Cloudpost. Let's play Stage. Yeah, it's not bad. And the steady flow of lands. I wish we could have had this in some of the earlier matches. Oh, they have 10 cards in their library. We just like Ulamog and mill them to death potentially. Yeah. If this were like a league right now and I didn't care that much about winning, I might just see if I can like let them draw themselves out to win. But since people are watching, I guess I'll try to win. Suppose. Oh, I'm sure they're probably suffering once they found the matchup out. Don't worry. No, we'll cast Emrakul next turn, just be on to game 2. Maybe. Okay, I will not cast 1-drops. Promise. Five, yeah. Look at all the mana. Let's pretend that this is important. Yes, I know this is not optimal, but I'm more concerned about just like misclicking and fucking something up. Don't judge me. If I have mana left over, I'll cast the Excavator. I don't think we have to. Which we do. Let's make sure we win the game first, though. Yeah, none of their board state then at that point. That's the decisiveness of this deck's win condition. Like, it's just all about Emrakul. It's the only big creature that really matters. Like, the real death of this deck will be the day when, like, hardcasting Emrakul is not a good win con anymore. Which, I love it as a win con currently. But that could definitely change. I think I want one endurance, but not the other two. And Fox, you have like a secret hatred for posts so much, don't you? Mentioning like Ashiok and like when Modern Horizons 2 came out, the two cards I was worried about were Solitude and Dress Down. Like those are the two like dangerous cards to this deck long term, especially Solitude, specifically because they can answer Emrakul. But like, yeah, both those cards are like kind of showing up more and more now. So, yeah, the power creep will eventually overtake even Emrakul. No, that'll eventually be the case. But who cares? It's all about now. Alright, what else are we siding out? Let's decide that. I don't think we need Kozilek. No, that never took Emrakul. I had a my own primetime cast a couple times. And they definitely have had like 10 mana. Like they could have played my Ulamog, but that never actually happened at least. If Monkey had like cast by Emrakul, I think I would just have to just call it quits. Just hang it up. But yeah, it was just as a deck with like so many one-ohs. It was really annoying like losing like Eye of Ugin in particular. Like, oh, can't rely on like the best part of my deck later. I'll take this Reclaimer. Hope they don't Chalice. Hope they don't Force and Chalice. That's not the end of the world, though. But yeah, even if you hate Cloudpost, it's alright. You can... People hate their things. I don't actually hate the decks I lose to. I actually really enjoy combo decks myself. So... just have different opinions sometimes. Let's play Needle and also probably just hold up the crop, right? No, let's just play Tabernacle. What am I thinking? Definitely Tabernacle. You might as well just Needle something. I think we'll just say Urza Saga at this point. That's the 100 mana win con one, right? I was thinking about it for like an Enchantress kind of deck. Not a serious deck, of course, but That should be like a bucket list goal. Try and win with Helix Pinnacle. Maybe I'll put just like a random copy in the list at one point and see if it happens. See if we can win at game 1, because probably would just side it out every single match. Yeah, the 1-mana enchantment seems like a good enchantress card if you could generate like a shitload of mana. Oh, no Chalice. Damn it. Alright, need another green card now. I guess we'll probably just get to the point where we can just hardcast the Force of Vigor. It's probably going to be better anyway. I kind of hope we can do it. Now, what would I even care about from Saga? I don't really know. Like, part of me is just tempted to, like, cut off at least, like, the Saga as a mana source, but I don't want to lose the crop right yet. It's not bad either. Yeah, that's amazing, that draw. I think we can still hold it at this point, though. Like, maybe we could eventually use the Force of Vigor to bait, like, a counter. If it does happen, then yeah, let's just get Force mana next turn. Not really all that concerned right now, currently. And start, I have to start, like, filtering my green cards, though. Hopefully they have, like, 1 card in hand, and then I'll just be able to Boseiju plus crop rotation. Maybe not even have to Force a Vigor yet. And the Saga disappearing is... I noticed that's definitely, like, an issue for, like, any deck in any format that plays this card. Like, it's definitely a drawback to being a false land. Land that disappears eventually. Just, like, playing other decks with that card has, like, made me even more convinced that I wouldn't want that in Cloudpost. Kind of wish it was possible at times, but yeah, it's fine. It's not for this deck. Thank you for the raid, Snapbolt Games. I hope you had a nice stream. This is, we're playing Legacy currently in the Showcase Challenge today. And we are 4-2 right now in the 7th round. 2 more after this. In a good spot up a game here against A-Cast. So, yeah, this is the deck I always play, like, all the time. So, yeah, definitely check me out on Sundays. And, yeah. Appreciate the raid, though. Thank you. And thank you for the follows as well. Some threatening stuff on this board now. Like, Kappa Cannoneer is a problem. If I need to, we can always Boseiju that and just have the mana to kill Kappa. Hey, thanks a lot. This is Kappa, right? Yeah, we should probably Boseiju that. Hope we're not dead right now. But I'll be honest, I didn't really count anything. The current... I don't know that. I'm the wrong person to ask about like limited or anything like that. Oh man, are we at a point where we just have to take a risk? Go for this crop rotation? You might... I mean, we only have 2 green mana total this turn. This is one problem. But the crop out would be most likely to just save ourselves from this Kappa anyway. Man, that's really risky. We could... Nah, I wish we had just drawn another green card, honestly. I have 3 cards in hand, 1 Force of Will's gone. Three, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, let's let them pay for their tabby stuff on upkeep, and then go from there. Because they could also have Force Negation. And some of the stuff will be answered by then too, so... Yeah, we should probably just answer Kappa. Let's let them pay for as many creatures as they want to get rid of first, though. The thing I was just most concerned about is that, like, we have to utilize like the 2 green mana that we do have. Either like cast the Force of Vigor at one time, like entirely, or probably like use the Boseiju together with Crop Rot. But maybe that's just like unnecessarily risky. Yeah. Let's... Yeah. How much power do we have to worry about after this? They have 5 power on board. So yeah, I think we just hit Kappa Cannoneer. Let them play some stuff out, and then even attacking us for 5 puts us... they'll have more Thopters then too. That's like lethal too. They're 6 mana. Yeah, we really need the crop rotation to happen. Okay, they have 1 card in hand. I think this is probably the time to just answer Chalice. Nah, we'll do that on our next turn. Right. Yeah, but even killing the Captain we are still facing down like 7 power on board, and we'll be at 5 life next turn, 6 life. Yeah, I'm going to answer this Chalice and get the crop rotation in when I know it's going to happen. I should have played the Cavern out in hindsight, but at least this will happen. No, I think it should have just been more risky, like last turn, possibly. I mean, we have this Ulamog already and just need to hit a few lands with like 1,000,000 turns. I think we're still fine. Just the certainty of the crop rotation is what I wanted there. It's the second green card at long last. Yeah, I could copy Forest if I want. I could also just kill the Kappa. They'll have 5 power. I don't know. Not really sure. Yeah, let's just hit the threats at this point. The 4 cards in hand. We have to pitch it here to do this, to pay for the whatchamacallit, the thing. And then we can get rid of Chasm at least. No, we can't. Yeah, let's just get rid of it. Nah, like Ward, it's easy to forget about Ward, for sure. I got fooled by the Octopus at one point. The 8/8/1. Counters like Karakas. Oh my god, might just be dead now. It's good draws, come on. It's not it. Alright, need to dodge 2 artifacts. Or else we have to play a game 3. 1 artifact. No, 4 artifacts this turn. Even then, though. Felt like we probably should have won that game. I probably did something wrong at some point. I think I should have been riskier earlier, or just thought about using my green. Started filtering the green mana spells earlier that game. Or just kept Tabernacle around and help him time out. Yeah, the Cavern. That was true. Yeah, definitely the Cavern. Should have just commit to one plan and stuck with it. Yeah. If you crop out for Chasm, you have to get rid of 2 lands. I have to remember that. Yeah, this is fine. Has our awesome hate card, has a turn 1 Reclaimer. Just need some more lands. Let's just take the Cavern, get the elf down. Yeah, I don't think we would even need to... Like, it seems very winnable, this game, at this point. That's good, though. Spellbomb. They're gonna spellbomb this, probably. And now we'll just go get Tabby. And answer the Emery at least. I can bounce it now. The Dark Depths. It was kind of weak to. Thank you, some land. To all the white that was in the format. And hold on, let me just play this out. I don't have time to chat afterwards. More land, that's all I wanted. Yeah, I think so. That's the reasoning for having Force of Vigor in these kind of matchups. You can usually just like stop them right from the get-go. Thanks for the follow, Toast. Appreciate it. Get-go. Thank you, thank you. Can I have a prime time? Show you that I didn't need the clock. No. Probably gonna Force of Vigor and I don't know, it's not. What am I thinking? It's not even whatchamacallit. Emery. Probably will Force of Vigor in response to this. I don't want to lose the Reclaimer. Yeah, probably. I played a little A-cast myself, and like sometimes you have to just do that in desperation. Just to start making some headway. Yeah, we didn't even need to clock him. Yeah, it's a good matchup. Didn't realize it would take that long, though. That's fine. Can't complain, though. Yeah, so at the start of my stream, in this showcase event, I was asking for predictions of like how many Delver matchups we'll have out of 9 rounds. My over-under was 4.5. I think there'll be between 4 and 5 matches. And some people were predicting 6. And so far there's been 2 of them. So it's been a little less Delver based on my observation, my single sample size. 4 of them at most if we play against it the next 2 rounds. Which I hope we don't, just for the sake of playing other things. They're like more interesting. I expected to be like more A-cast today for sure. Just with people having, I think the god accounts are still active. Probably a lot of people playing the turtle for the first time. I wish we always had like god accounts. It's just so nice just playing like whatever you want. The bad matchups are mostly any storm-based combo or any like spell-based combo deck. Just have basically like no interaction that's meaningful against decks like Doomsday or Ant. Either no good interaction or easy to answer things to try and get them with that they're like not concerned about. See, I would say Doomsday, Ant, and Omnitel are like the three worst. And Show and Tell's pretty bad. The Sneak and Show blue and red ones are not as bad as the Omniscience heavy ones builds, but they're still fairly difficult. Savona usually plays elves, I know. We can't keep this hand. I mean, we're on the draw. If we took a chance and just hope we hit a mana source, like the next 2 turns, it could be fine. Maybe the Tabernacle is fine as well. I mean, it's risky, but if it works out, it's pretty good. I'm going to try it on the draw. Like they always play a creature turn 1 or something into a creature. So likely we'll just play Tabernacle first turn anyway. Okay, that's good. Yeah, let's still Tabernacle. I think the next thing I'm worried about is Collector Roof. So hopefully they don't have the ability to cut off both of these maps. Hopefully they don't have Cradle at the start. I think that's probably like the main difference. Choosing children over magic. That sounds ridiculous. Being an adult. It's gonna be a while before I have a child. Not worried about it. No, I don't glimpse. So much life. How many cards do they draw off that glimpse? It's just a recall. I don't know. The important thing is they didn't have Cradle. That was nice. We don't have Forever, though. And they have Boseiju now, which is definitely makes it more challenging. Oh god, I might be dead. Curse Scroll. If I had Urza Saga, I'd definitely consider it. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose this first game now. I think we need to draw Chasm next turn to have a chance. And that's not a guarantee. Maybe they'll Boseiju us and give us a forest. Maybe it'll be nice. To save themselves some time from Tabernacle. I don't think they will, though. This opponent has lots of good finishes with elves, so a wise Cloudpost opponent would not give a green source to a deck needing a green mana. Definitely my deck. Can we live still? I mean, we can needle. We're gonna needle Shepherd for sure to at least maybe buy ourselves some time. They have to not have natural order. Yeah, they can definitely just do enough to kill us via Dinosaur Elf, so. If we can live one more turn, then get our Chasm, maybe. But yeah, this needs. We need them to not have natural order. You'd probably die. No, like given the spot, we want to needle Shepherd. I haven't done the exact math, but like, I feel like we should just put him on natural order as the way to kill us. And there's like so many other things they could still do to just disrupt us, even. Yeah. I probably would not needle Wirewood Symbiote nowadays against elves. I usually would either needle Griselbrand or Boseiju in most cases. Or if just something specific calls for like being needled, like this Shepherd here. It's just my last attempt to live another turn. Once you see 4 mana from elves, it's like, yeah, like do your thing. They could use just Green Sun for it. Yeah. Let's see how much damage it was. I just let them do that another elves opponent earlier. I just wanted to see how much it was. Like a board full of creatures. And my life total was like negative 170. I don't know, maybe I was that person's record. Oh, there's probably some famous amounts of elves damage. Probably not the most ever. It's probably very satisfying though. Alright, Mindbreak Trap's not spectacular, but I think it's still worth it for this. I feel like even with Boseiju in Elves now, I still feel like it's a favorite matchup for Cloudpost. It's definitely more complicated now. Definitely we have to have like a better start of our own if we want to win the game. Like we're gonna look for like a turn 1 Reclaimer, enough lands to eventually like feed a Chasm, maybe a Pithing Needle. Like I kind of like this. We can turn 1 Needle, probably name Grist. If we Vesuva like their green source, is a turn 3 Green Sun from us on the play for Reclaimer going to be good enough? I don't know. But if it is, like, the rest of this hand checks out. So I'm going to try it. We could also play to the crop rotation as well. But yeah, with the Needle as well, I think we should either Needle Boseiju or Grist here. And we should name Grist if we are planning to rely on Reclaimer. Which I kind of do want to do that. So let's Needle Grist. It was Misty. I'm gonna say. You don't know what fetch land they have. I'm sure Elves probably has like plenty of green sources, right? Maybe not. I was wondering, like, man, how much danger are we in? Because of Cradle, a lot. Still don't feel the worst about this hand, or this game, but I was really hoping the Cradle would not be there. Like, we definitely have to just hold up crop rotation now. Alright. I think I'm going to play the Eye of Ugin, expecting to have to crop route it away. Which is a pain in the ass for winning the game later, but assuming we need to play Chasm, I feel like we need to part ways with this Eye. Let me get this map down as well. I'm too nervous about getting Tabernacle with this stuff. Maybe next turn, but if we don't have to crop route this turn, we can decide some things at end step. I think we want to not see natural order in particular here. Like, anything but that is probably fine, but if they do, then yeah, it's not good. I've seen like 2 different types of elves list. Some of them are less combo-y and like cut like the Nettle Sentinel, Quirion Ranger. But yeah, others are like, I guess use Reclaimer to probably get Cradle more consistently, I think. This land is like definitely Elves' most broken card in their deck. So it seems like maximizing that card with Reclaimer would be a pretty good idea. I like the card drawing though, the combo one. It's weird seeing like a mono green combo deck has a charm to it. Oh, does Elves care about Hull Breacher? I wonder. Because I could see that being like a reason not to want to be combo oriented. I don't think this Cloudpost deck is a combo deck, though. I feel like I'm playing a control deck, playing this deck. Like, my game plan's just always try and survive long enough to play a win condition. And, like, as a combo of, like, playing out enough lands, I feel like seeing it, like, a mile away makes it not, like, a real combo deck. I know it's a pointless discussion that people would argue about. Yeah. We needed this crop rot. I thought this would happen. Yeah, maybe we should just, if we crop rotation now for Cloudpost, it doesn't really matter. I want to make this land drop this turn, is the main thing. But say they, like, were to search a Collector Roof next turn, it might not be a bad idea to just have the crop rot up to get Yavimaya. Maybe I should just do that, use the map, get Yavimaya now, crack the map, and get Cloudpost and play that. Yeah, I think so. If they have a Boseiju, that's just out of my control. Could also get Tabernacle. And we wouldn't just die to this current board state if they were to answer it next turn. Yeah, let's get the Yava for sure. It kind of depends on how they want to choose to disrupt us from here. And I'm being constrained currently by wanting to make my land drop more than anything. Because they could, like, choose a natural order for the Archon, name instant, and then take us off the ability to... Oh, you know what? Maybe we should just go get Reclaimer right now. Oh, I didn't think that earlier. Man. They don't have any of their mana generating elves, though, so, like, Tabernacle would be a little punishing. Yeah, let's get Tabernacle. We'll need to find a Cloudpost off the Once Upon a Time eventually. But even if we don't, we could always get like a Reclaimer next turn. Maybe. Yeah. And I take back what I said earlier about being at ease, knowing you have no control over a situation. Because I feel like the role has been reversed against elves compared to 8 cast. If we do a Boseiju, I'll hold up mana so we can at least cast this once upon a time as a consolation. Yeah, kind of leaning towards like searching up a Reclaimer this next turn. Before we might lose like sorceries. You don't think it's worth it at this point to... Like, wouldn't this take them off of like a crazy glimpse turn? Not sure if it's like relevant enough, but... I feel like some Elves opponents are like digging for it for a while. But maybe it's just was not good enough in that spot. If I could find my Boseiju of my own, I could answer their Cradle and have like one bad upkeep for them. See if they find it now. So Jack, like how long does it take to learn Elves? It's like to play it decent, would you say? Like in another universe, I could see myself playing Elves and like doing like decent with it. But it just seems like the effort would not be worth it for me. Like the deck is definitely good enough, just... It seems kind of like Amulet in Modern, where it just has its own like way it plays games, completely unique to itself. And like I wouldn't even play it in like the highest levels, just to do my thing. This is my jam when I want to win. But I don't mind just learning some other strategies every once in a while. Like I think Elves is definitely one of like the best decks in Legacy. If you're new to the format and you really want to win and you want to commit to something, if you like Elves, like that's definitely valid. Yeah, they want the trophy. Yeah, shouldn't forget about trophy. I feel like I've been worrying too much about Boseiju. Just kind of kind of lost my mind that there's like also a sorcery that answers the land already, or instant, whatever. I think we probably should have gotten Reclaimer earlier. We kept one endurance in, right? Let me check. Yeah. I don't know how like relevant this would be, but like definitely considered endurance against elves just to like re-loop the same like chasm back. If you were to have it answered, you could put it back in library and then crop rot it for it again. Given like a crop rod or a reclaimer out already. I don't know if it's worth it though. Yeah, I don't think the clock will matter though. I think a crop rotation would probably just be the best draw next turn, assuming we get to live another turn. Oh wow, Wafatapa. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. You came just as we're probably going to die to an elves opponent. But yeah, thank you. I try and watch your stream when I can. I feel like you're on it early in the morning, but enjoy like your calm demeanor and presence playing a control deck. And we've had some good games as well, by the way. But yeah, thank you I appreciate it. We wanted an untapped land at least. At least that lets us get Reclaimer at the very least. There's prime time. I think we're dead next turn, definitely. So I guess we might as well just play to try and win at this point. Some things are just beyond our control. I might have kept some risks. I did keep a risky hand, and I feel like it hasn't paid off both games. That's fine. Let's Boseiju. Alright, well played. That's the danger of elves nowadays. But yeah, welcome everyone. We are now 5-3, sadly. But one more round. See if we can finish maybe top 32. Yeah, beat a couple Delvers today. Yeah, it was risky. I took a chance with that hand the last turn, the last game. Especially the first game. But I feel like with this deck, you definitely should just not be afraid to take some risks. Yeah, I don't even know why it, like, slipped my mind. But, like, yeah, Assassin's Trophy is just another thing that could kill the land. I feel like we should have just searched up a Reclaimer that turn instead of cracking the map. Most likely. Maybe it still wouldn't have mattered. Just because, I don't know, just having a Reclaimer active, especially when we had the Needle on Grist already, lets Reclaimer kind of be a means of defense for key lands like Chasm. But it is what it is. You want to play some Vintage Dredge? Kill some time. I don't hate that. Different Eternal format, different deck. I just wanted to try a Bizarre Baghdad deck, so don't judge me for my misplays while we wait for this last round. Yeah, but like the turn before that, the turn we cracked that map, we then had another turn after that. So like assuming they had the same like time frame for their game plan, the Reclaimer would have been like active by then at least. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I played this in the Vintage Showcase yesterday, and had like a top 32 with it. It's been kind of my vintage deck when those events come around. Basically, like combo shops is what people call it, but basically just a Dark Depths deck that uses Workshop to power out artifacts that supplement the Depths plan. Mirage Mirror being like the Vampire Hex Mage of this, and like Olos being, I guess, any land searching card. Cards I wouldn't expect to see in Vintage, but are actually at least playable because a 3-mana producing land. Yeah. I kind of miss seeing the Turbo Depths list in Legacy. I thought that was a cool deck. It has the card I want. Yeah, like 2 of my losses yesterday were to the aggro shops. Which, they were definitely like the better Workshop deck. At least in between our 2 matchups. 6 mana. Tinker? Yeah. I was kind of tempted to just Force of Will the Mana Crypt. But it seems a little bit loose. Ooh, a green card. I was kind of hoping for that. What do they do with the Ponder? Let me see. Do not shuffle. No, let's just get this. Start with this. I need a Dredger to get going. So, yeah, that's fine. What do you have? Black Lotus or Tendrils? Lotus? Yeah. The best card in the game or a card they can't cast? Damn it. I don't think we'll need it. Let's just get this. Oh my god. Okay, I just started Sneak Week. I planned that. Yes. Alright, I think we can just autopilot now. I actually did like a year ago, and I just didn't care at all about the Vintage event. I almost won one of the 2 rounds I played before I O2 dropped. But yeah, I would not play Cloudpost when you could just play these other lands that add 3 on their own. How's it going, Archon? Are you you're not playing in this showcase today? I saw. been a lot of Magic, a lot of Moto recently. It's been fun, the like God account, but I'm getting a little bit tired of Magic. Oh, so we have 16 cards left. Can we kill them fast enough? Should have thought about this. Let's not think about it. I'll take my natural draw, I guess. Maybe that was wrong. I don't know. I don't even know what we're playing against, so let's not think too hard. We have lethal on board. Might as well not lose for some stupid reason. Paradoxical, probably. Something to bounce their own mana crypt. Give him another turn. Yeah, I'm just not familiar with this format. Or very aware of like my agency I have over a game with this deck. Oh, at least you got to play Paper Legacy. That's cool. I would not choose. I would definitely play Paper for a big enough event over something on Moto any day. Like I like playing both online and in person, but nothing beats like just like sitting across from like an actual person and just like talking, like hanging out with friends. There'll be plenty more Moto at least. Oh, what did you play in Paper, if you don't mind me asking? Not sure what you have like built up in that in person. I was almost tempted to play 8 casts at the last local event we had, but I just went back to the usual. I was happy I did. Just ended up like top baiting. Losing to Delver with Price of Progress. Ugh. Alright, what are we doing? I don't even know. These seem good. Maybe Mindbreak Trap's not good enough. I think it would be. My green Cloudpost senses tell me that Force of Vigor is good against artifacts, but maybe it's still worth it against this deck. Maybe we don't need Griefs. I don't know. I literally have no idea. I didn't like that Narcoviva that was in hand last game. Oh, nice, dude. That was, I need to try your painter list. I was playing like the stock list, but made it a point to try your painter grindstone mixture with 8 cast. You don't have Chalice is the one of the key differences. So like, I guess it's like a risk versus reward, or I guess the cost of playing that list. But like a combo finish seems pretty scary for a lot of decks. Definitely gonna try it. Do you run the full playset of Emery's? Because I was kind of like the stock list says 3 Emery, 3 Psy. Like both of them are good at certain points, I feel like. But I feel like Emery might be like usually better, but I don't have like actual experience to like back that up at all. Just a green player talking about a blue deck. Man, we had the Bazaar, but we didn't have one of like the 12 dredge cards. Go figure. Probably another Icarid, I think, to play the other Icarid and get this thing. Yeah, both 2 legends. Emry has like the advantage of like being cheaper a lot of the times. But yeah, like the Sai just like gives you so much though. Like if you're Delver and like an active Sai, it just seems like really awful to play against for them. Nah, I think they're gonna counter my counter and do some crazy shit. I knew it. No one expects a Mindbreak Trap out of a Force of Will deck. Maybe they do. Maybe out of the deck that doesn't play any mana producing lands. Yeah, stuff is all like awful. Like literally, like none of this is all that good at all. I don't think Force of Vigor is going to do much at this point. I think you could still do well with Dredge. It always surprises me, like how, like you know the player the Daddy, like he's always challenging to play against with the deck. I feel like there's a couple people like, yeah, it's like it's always difficult against Dredge. Like I don't see how it is, but like, I think I underestimated that deck for sure. But maybe it's just like probably you get swayed by like graveyard hate at times. Is there any reason to try and find like another Icarid at the cost of a card? Yeah, I'm all in on this Mindbreak Trap. And Dredger at last. I guess that's my black creature. Man. We could find Creeping Chill still. So, let's do that. How much replacement effect? I don't understand. Just let me proceed, please. Always yield. No other options. Cancel? I hope I didn't miss this now. I think I might have. Okay. I don't know what it was asking. Does this thing have haste? No. This thing is not useful to me at this moment. That's all I needed. Yeah, I don't really get Moto, what it's asking. Replace what? Eh. Maybe the second vintage is really not that bad. He's able to win and not have to think about much. Uh-oh. Oh, hardcast Force? Yeah, I guess... No, it doesn't save him even. You might say it is like the vintage version of Cloudpost in some ways. Oh, I see. Digging for a blue card for Force, maybe? No, you can't Force even, because 7 power. Yeah, and after not playing paper for so long, and like going back to it, yeah, I felt like I was so sloppy, like putting my own battlefield together and like remembering triggers and stuff. A lot of people were going back, but especially just like having to assemble your own side of the board. It's just like a weird experience I hadn't done ever since the quarantine for like a couple years. Got kind of got spoiled by Modo in some ways for some things. I mean, I knew going back to paper, like triggers are like a thing that would be like a pain in the ass. But I've come to really enjoy online play for like competitive events though. Like as far as just like top level legacy, I guess now. Like I really like having a digital client for it. I feel like it cleans up so many issues. But like there's something about like playing in person and just like the aspect of Magic as a card game, like as it was originally created, that like it's its own thing in itself. Which I'm blessed to have as like some legacy to play here in Arizona. Supposedly lots of other like formats and other Magic as well. Just kind of crazy. It's cool to know that that's out there. I wouldn't mind playing Doomsday in paper. I bet people are like assholes about taking too long though, which I think is like kind of unreasonable. But that is something that I really like about online though. Like probably the time clock is the best part. Just like not getting screwed over by slow play with both players. Like one player just gets punished for it. And just like not having to like shuffle and no cheating. No, it's been discussed. All this has been like discussed to death. So, alright, this is our last round. Playing for the 6-3. Happy everybody could join. So, let's just do what we can. We're gonna keep this. Play this Reclaimer. We already have a threat that's there if we can get to it. Yeah, like thinking back to some of the big events I've played in, I probably should have just called a judge over in some spots. Like I don't think they were like purposely like trying to slow play, but some people just took like way too long to do certain things. I can remember this one Delver opponent. Every single cantrip he played, he took like at least like a minute for each one. And like some turns he was playing like 3 ponders. And I was trying to like be polite and encourage him, like, hey, like it doesn't like benefit both of us to draw here. Like maybe you could like speed it up. And he's like, oh no man, your deck is scary. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just cantripping. It's just the top 3 cards of your deck. That's okay, we didn't go to time. Yeah, like some situations and spots like call for more to think about. I can see people get upset about taking a really long time over like something like a Doomsday pile. I feel like it's kind of unreasonable. It's just a more important decision than it shouldn't just be like a 30 seconds for any game decision kind of thing. Like luckily with like a deck like Doomsday, the game just like ends after the Doomsday quickly. So at least it like compensates for it. Okay. It's like, please do not Blood Moon here. Ooh, what should be Ulamog? Decisions. The non-basics. Leave him with a mountain. I think so. Let's lead with a lowly Pithing Needle. Come on. This is definitely the worst thing this turn. Alright. Teferi, I guess. They're only gonna have mountains. Or a mountain. Yeah, Narso's the other consideration. I feel like this Teferi might be on the board for a while, though. Figure just needle that. Oh yeah, Doomsday is a different deck now than what it used to be. One of my friends would play Doomsday in like the difficult days. He still did pretty well with it. And he switched over to Ant and like crushed everybody. But it definitely pained him to switch over. Probably will lead with this Excavator next turn and try and get the Cavern. Forest with boobs. I guess from a distance it does look like a pair of boobs, kinda. I like to... This is one of the the least popular forests from that set. Give some love to it. Ooh, that's good. Come on. Get this cavern back. We're so close. It seems like a desperation brainstorm. Well, they're probably going to do it anyway, the fetch, but... Get it back. Yeah. Just take it immediately. Yeah. No need to tap that. That's the, this is like the old card frame like this are definitely my favorite lands. For the basics, at least. I like the old card frame with, just the mana symbol. Which I'm probably biased against, because that was how the lands were when I started playing. 7th edition was like the newest, base set when I started playing. And like Apocalypse, I think, was the expansion that was out at the time. Man, some people watching are probably as old as me. Remember like the good old days before internet was around. We just like had to like stumble upon cards and see them in person. Man, I feel like just like a grandpa or something, like talking like it. But it's kind of crazy like how different it was then. Yeah, I was like kind of in the grand like scheme of time. I was definitely like kind of near masks myself. Invasion Block was like right after. Yeah, it was after masks. But yeah. Odyssey, yeah. Gave us Entomb. I had my own reanimator list as like a casual. I didn't even know like Entomb was a card for like the longest time. Like my mind was blown when I learned about it. I don't think anything. Yeah, like now like the spoilers. Just know about everything all the time, which is nice. It's just different. I'm gonna do 61. I don't care. Maybe I should cut Kozilek, but I don't hate it either. I wonder when the online list got posted. Because I think the only place to find deck lists was pretty much like these magazines, which was like a casual back then. I like didn't really look into at all. Trading away my fetch lands and odd slot for like shitty dragons or whatever. It's a good hand though. 61 might do it here. Man, I feel like they're probably pretty likely to. I don't know. They showed us a lot of dual lands. Maybe they're not running Blood Moon back to basics. I guess we probably should just cast the Reclaimer turn 1. I wouldn't hate just holding it back as force fodder though either. Yeah, let's put it out there. I think we need to be worried about the Days Undoing, losing our hand this game. But what we have currently actually plays pretty well against it. I want to make it a point to play the Eye of Ugin out before we can lose our hand. And we have another map, so let's just play that. Just try and get as much good things into play as possible. Like if they pass here, I would expect Hold Breacher. And so then I probably would just let them do their thing. Yeah, I gotta stay true to my name. Onslaught was like when they kind of like first had like creature tribes be a big thing. Remember, alright, since we don't lose our hand, let's just make as much mana as possible. Play Eye next turn and cast both maps. I guess we could Days Undoing, but I don't think they would. Play these maps. Dress down. I think they're digging. Thank you for the follow, Grumpy's old man. Grumpy old man. as a fellow old man, maybe. Appreciate your support. There's a second map. Okay, play this out now. I guess I could have been safer about... Yeah, their dress down took them off of Hull Breachering, or comboing us. I think this is fine still. I can rest easy knowing that we have this Eye in play. It's just one of like the keys to these kind of matchups. Goblin Lookout. And if you notice how like the tribal decks in Legacy, elves, goblins, I like how the cards in the decks are just from like various different times in history. Like I think Birchlore is like the only like onslaught elf, for example. I think a symbiote was in the last set, the Scourge, I think. But yeah, like Goblins has the mana producing one, Skirt Prospector. But like that's the only one from that time period though. They have their charm to them as like part of like the history of the game. That's like one of the things I like about this format. I think the backstories the decks have, among other things, of course. Man, I don't want to speak too soon, but like this game is like going as best as it possibly could. It's kind of incredible how well it's going. I think we need to get Ruination or something. It's probably gonna happen. Yeah, let's use a map now. Another Cloudpost. Oh, we could play Vesuva, copy the stage. We're gonna play Cloudpost next turn one way or another. Just thinking the turn afterwards what the best option would be. Could just have the Karakas ready to go. Yeah, what if they're planning to dress down, beat us? I guess we need both Cloudposts. Yeah, what am I thinking? We need to Cloudpost still. And then we can spend this next 7 mana searching up Emrakul. Hopefully just cast it next turn. Okay. Thank God. I remember like people locally hated Wellwisher. Like playing like elf orgies games, essentially we called them. Everybody had like 100 life. It'd be funny if elves had like a life game win con. Like that card. And please do not Ruination the opponents. I think they missed their land drop last turn as well. Kind of seems like that's the thing that's going to happen here. I'm a sage. I'm a prophet. Alright. I think we preserve this forest. Get another Cloudpost to try and rebuild. Man, That was the one thing that punished me for playing the eye out, but it's okay. Needed a good ruination. Something cathartic. Oops. More Cloudposts. Gotta try and... Oh, we lost our Excavator, right? That was this game. Oh, this is the first game. Ooh. Let's leave with this carpet, since they know about it, and rather this just get countered if they are planning to do that. We could decide to just go attempt prime time. I think we're probably just better off trying to get Eye of Ugin back still at this point. How fast is this mentor going to kill us? Is it worth giving up this green sun? I don't think a prime time without Eye of Ugin there is going to be good enough. So I think it's just better to try and... Oh, wait. Okay. I thought about it at the last second. We don't have that card. We have an endurance, right? No, we don't. We have no ways to get everything back now. So I guess we're going to go with prime time. We'll see if it even matters. How long do we have, do you think? I'd say we probably have 2 more draw steps. Maybe that's generous. Where'd they pitch? To Fury. Playable dwarves? That's a challenging question. I mean, you have Dwarven Recruiter at least. Just pretty cool. Pretty sweet. 1 more draw step. Alright. A single spell. That's a silver lining. Right, ending, I think. Come on, top deck Emrakul. We need you now. Maybe Ulamog first, then Emrakul. We need to dodge 3 spells to have 1 more draw step. I don't think it's going to happen. Should I draw the last card afterwards? I know you shouldn't, because it's going to be Emrakul. I gotta look. The Boggles deck, they have some pretty good aura spells, I would imagine. Some of those have to be recent, I think. I saw a Rancor get cast in Modern the other day. I was kind of surprised. Pleasantly surprised. Wouldn't think that card would be good enough. Nice. Force of Will. Do what you have to do. Okay, I think it was an Emrakul. Alright, I want a little bit more recursion. At least like the main things. Okay, I had Kozilek still. If they have Ruination, they probably don't have Blood Moon back to basics. So, just got that. Definitely Excavator. Probably just 2 Endurance is the best use of these last 2 spaces. We'll get serious and try and win this last game. Where'd my game go? Not this. There you go. We'll be adults and play 60 cards. Man, that was like the perfect example of a game of Magic, where it's like, oh, how could this possibly go wrong? And it does. I jinxed it. Gotta just shut up sometimes. And I wonder, these control decks playing like non-basic hate, it must be like kind of a pain in the ass for them themselves, right? Like obviously against me, you don't have to worry about like wastelands or anything. So you don't have like that element of like risk to searching up like a dual land. Like that's kind of the reason why I like to at least like try some other things. I want to see like, yeah, like how oppressed is their mana base to do something like that? I don't know. It's probably... I just don't know. It's a pretty good flavor text. The Cloudpost almost got remade from the ashes. I didn't mind her comeback, really. I don't know. Stuff appears good on the surface. I don't think it's what we want, though. Yeah, I'd rather see a Cloudpost. I'm gonna ship this. Let's try this. Let's put the needle back and try to do everything we can to get like this prime time off. And just not be reactive at all. Really hope we draw a land next turn. Cloudpost would be the best, but be okay with like any land. That's not bad. Name giant, but add regular green. Hatred olives outlives. Rancor is kind of a A hateful card. And of these 3 permanents, this map is definitely the most important of the 3. I'm so curious, is this moto lag or is this them thinking? I think a little of both. I'm gonna fire this off now. So if we take a land here, probably just a basic forest at this point. I guess we have a couple turns. Maybe we just don't play scared of Ruination. And also if they had an ending, I feel like they might have just hit the carpet. Yeah, we should probably just play the map out this turn. Just try and overload the endings. No. One of my friends had it in the... He had a Phantom deck, though. So, definitely remember that card. The 7/7 just never died. Pretty awesome. I hope I get to keep both these things. I don't know if that's going to happen. Double island. Come on. If we draw an untapped source, we at least get prime time down, which doesn't guarantee victory by any means. It would be great. Prismatic ending. Oh, man. So close. Well, let's get our Cloudpost then at least. I think so, but like... I can't just scoop this one though. Probably should, but like, maybe we could rebuild. Could they get there with the basic plains and the basic islands? Probably. They probably had to play that second island out to turn the corner though. Like that was like their risky play. They had to get past. I hope you're wrong. If we don't get Ruination, we're 100% losing the carpet. Like one way or another, something bad's gonna happen. It's ending. And they also have multiple dress downs, which makes the prime times not incredible, but pretty good. Not complaining. A bit stressed down. on, just run out of answers, please. Oh, man. I would have liked that. Yeah, that's probably game. I was worried about a lot of things this last couple turns. It's to Fury, probably. Maybe Narset's more likely. I don't really know. I'll do to Fury. No, the real like game ender is when it's Hull Breacher. Like I'd say we're still like 95% chance to lose. But like it's a 5% chance increase from the Hull Breacher. If they had 12 mana right now, they'll just like find anything they need. Runation. Yeah, I hate it, but most decks can answer creatures, I guess. That was a fun tournament. If we lose this one, 5-4. Obviously disappointing, but I'm glad those of you that watched could see some good games of Magic. Definitely be streaming the regular challenge next Sunday, so if you enjoy my content, be sure to follow and check me out then. Maybe I might experiment during the week, do a stream with some sort of variation of some leagues. But this deck is not super good in leagues, though. It would be more just for the science. It's all about the challenges for post. I guess so, like only seeing 2 Delver decks. I'm sure I was on like the lower end of like Delver matchups, and I bet there'll probably be at least 3 Delvers in the top 8 of this event, I would say. And these games are a good example of why control matchups are not free wins anymore. I mean, beat the Delvers I played today, but I guess in general, yeah, they really can just like change their sideboard to beat whatever they want. Definitely kind of believing that now that I've been priced out of some games. I don't hate Delver, to be honest. I feel like I get to play like good games of Magic against that deck at the very least. But I can see why people are sick of seeing it all the time. Yeah, maybe I should have hoped for more Delver matchups this tournament. Like maybe Post is actually one of the anti-Delver decks. I don't know. It doesn't feel terrible now that Monkey's gone. It's always been difficult, but it feels like significantly more winnable. I feel like it's punishing for them to play at days now, like returning an island. And as like weird as it sounds, I feel like this deck is pretty good at playing into days. So all the 1-drops just kind of like overload them. Even if like something gets dazed, setting them back like 1 mana every turn for the rest of the game at that point, like that's pretty significant for their game plan. Whereas if we've like made a land drop, we've advancing our own game plan at least. Like I'll take that trade-off many times. Yeah, Murktide's pretty oppressive, or it does a little too much damage, for sure. I could maybe see it being like a card that people eventually, if they don't hate it out, it'll probably just be power correct by something else. Like somebody was saying earlier that it's like the new Tarmogoyf. People used to complain about Goyf for the longest time for like similar reasons. But like, yeah, being blue, having evasion, it's definitely a big part of Murktide. Murktide's power. Just only dealing damage is the point. Don't have another dress down opponent. Just break my heart. They have a dress down. They definitely have a dress down here. Yeah. And that was about the best thing we could have possibly drawn there. We're probably just dead to these monks, though. I knew this card. This card is going to be scary for Cloudpost. They know now. Yeah, I was scared of this card when it first got spoiled. Mostly for how it answers Emrakul, but this is also stopping prime times in that way is obviously huge against us, as shown twice. Emrakul's not the same invincible win con it used to be. They Fate Sealed with their Jace. Like, that's a pretty bad sign. Yeah, they have to at least have like a swords to follow up a dress down against Emrakul, but these are the kind of decks that could be able to do such a thing. These grindy ones where you need like the uncounterability, untargetable, the Shroud of Emrakul, I guess. Solitude as well. I've lost games to D&T being like outgrinded if they are able to mostly just remove Emrakul. You like can't beat D&T. What statement? Something about Goyf? Come on, bottom card chase. Give into play some hope. No, they fixed Jace at least. Now it actually says where it puts it. And it put it on the bottom. Here we go. 6 mana. GG's. Man, it really teased me at the end of that prime time. Oh well. 5-4. Can't say I'm not disappointed, but a lot of people are in these events. But I had fun. I enjoyed the challenge. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I don't typically stream the showcases and haven't really much in the past, but even like playing them on my own, I feel like these events are like the most fun Magic I have. Just like knowing what you'll like probably play against, mostly other top tier decks, getting like that kind of level. Yeah, I probably will stream these again in the future, but I'll see you guys all on probably next Sunday. We're gonna raid another streamer I enjoy watching myself, Stress Daddy, who is a Maverick expert. So yeah, there we go. Another green legacy player. So yeah, thanks everyone. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Have a good rest of your weekend.